Whew.
How do you really feel, Kevin Ball?
Hope you all had a nice Thanksgiving. How about those Wolverines? Epic win.
And it is. Got people tweeting at me that Russell Wilson's going to the Super Bowl after that game. That's how bad that defense is. I don't have that one. I thought I did, or I'd put it up. I must have deleted it. Definitely a socks and shoes day, though. It's 48 degrees.
It's 25 in Denver.
Yeah, but it's a different cold.
Right. Yep. Clear, crisp tonight. I'm in the Ritz-Carlton in downtown Denver. Hello. Jacksonville's been running about 20 degrees colder in Southwest Florida lately, especially in the mornings. I don't know about today, but I think it was 33 yesterday morning in Jacksonville.
Ouch.
Uh-huh. Awesome. I think it's been an epic college football season. Yeah. T. Haynes, I wish I had time off. Not yet.
To Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Overreaction Monday. It's the first Monday of December. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving holiday. Wow, what a football weekend. College football regular season having all but come to an end. Whew. How was your Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was terrific. Missed my son, who wasn't there, was with his mom this year. But all in all, good Thanksgiving. Everything turned out perfectly. Lots of extra food. Had a big bird, David. Seven people had a 21-pound bird. There was turkey for days. I mean, days. It's all we've had to eat since. I'm ready for something else.
That much turkey.
Oh, lots of turkey.
Yeah, see, we only had enough turkey for the day and a half. That's it. It was pretty much over. You did your leftovers the next day and you looked around and you're like, oh, it's pretty much over.
We sent
So, but
everybody
my
home
wife
with
did a great job
leftovers.
with it, and it was awesome.
We sent
Oh,
everybody home
wow.
with leftovers. We had leftovers. The leftovers had leftovers. Turkey for days. I felt like Les Nessman. They were just it felt like turkeys were falling out of the sky into my house, David.
I swore that turkeys could fly. Miller and Moulton on this Monday. It's December already. By the way, how about the Bills clinching the AFC East almost in November? I mean, they had to go an extra day, although for all intents and purposes, when the Dolphins lost on Thanksgiving night, it was, but wow. Remember, this was a step back year for them.
Right.
They're going to take a step back this year. They need to retool, regroup a little bit. And we're debating who the MVP is. Come on. It's Josh Allen. Can we stop already? Hey, people are having great years. They are. But come on. The MVP is Josh Allen. Can we stop? That's my thoughts on that. But
you know what? Can I just stop you right there? You're giving Saquon no love whatsoever for what he's accomplishing. Could end up with over 2,000 yards.
I know. Is that an amazing year? It might break Eric Dickerson's record.
And has resurrected the Eagles, who were left for dead after last year. The coach was getting fired. It was a foregone conclusion, and he is carrying them to heights all by himself, it seems. I mean, and I know their offensive and defensive lines are very good. I get it. It's a complete football team, but they're a different football team with him than they were last year.
Yeah. No, he's awesome. First team All-Pro running back, even over Derrick Henry. I got no problem, but I mean, MVP of the league? I mean, come on. Take Josh Allen off the Bills.
Take Saquon off the Eagles.
Take Saquon off the Eagles. The Eagles are in 10-2, but the Eagles are 8-4, 7-5. I mean, come on, that offensive line, they run. You could put a backup running back in there. They'd be winning a lot of games. They'd be winning that division with another running back. Now, they might not be the 2 seed, and they may not be the only serious threat, maybe to Detroit, although Minnesota and Green Bay have their arms raised going, don't count us out yet. But they may not be a Super Bowl contender if they had last year's running backs, but I still think they're winning the East.
I don't know. I don't know. He's winning games single-handedly, it seems to me right now. He's
awesome.
He is carrying them. And I understand where you're coming from, Josh Allen. I don't have arguments against Josh Allen. I just don't think it's a foregone conclusion yet with what Saquon Barkley's doing with the Philadelphia Eagles. That's all.
No, and you're right. Listen, you're right. I'm in the minority. Okay, my view is the minority view. And I mean, it's the small minority view. Because everybody's talking about everybody but Josh Allen. But my goodness. I mean, I feel as if he has taken that team to heights in which they have not played at when supposedly this is their worst roster this decade. So, that's my thoughts on him. But we'll have plenty of time for that because the Bills are going to be playing for a while. So can we go all the way back to, how about Saturdays?
Okay.
Although it was rivalry weekend, all right, and it started, I don't know, I felt like it started Friday night. Are Georgia and Georgia Tech still playing?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they are. They're going into yet another overtime.
The 138th overtime? Is
yes.
that it? Okay. Now, we can have a quick sidebar. My thoughts. I'm okay with a tie. And I know that's the minority view. I got it. But, so are we okay in college football with how we finish games? I'm just curious. Since we now had one really play out before our eyes, okay? During it, was everybody, oh my God, this is great. This is compelling. This is awesome. Or did you get to about the 4th or 5th overtime in which you thought, yeah, we got to come up with something else?
I thought that the minute the ball was placed on the 2-yard line. We've played 2 overtimes. Now we go to the 2-yard line and start the 2-point conversion game. When that happens, David, I don't want to say forgotten because that's not correct, but Every time it gets to a third overtime and we go to the 2-yard line, I go, oh, yeah, that's how we do it in college football. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, and now I think we start in the second overtime. They moved it up one because when Georgia Tech scored to go up 40-34, they had to go for 2. So
But then it goes
yes,
to 2-point conversions.
Right, exactly.
When they start going to the point where we're
Yes.
just playing from the 2,
right.
It's
Right.
worse than, in Michigan, David, where I grew up, high school football overtimes where the ball was on the 10. And you had 4 downs to score from the 10.
Right.
And it was ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
But it was high school, and that's what they did, and
Right. Whatever.
so be it. When they're putting the ball on the 2, and we're playing make your 2-point conversion to win a football game, it is exciting, compelling, riveting, fascinating. It's not football.
I would be in favor of a different way to end the game. I would be in favor of just putting a certain amount of time on the clock. Okay, and I understand if that time runs out and the game is still tied, what do you do? I'm okay with a tie. Some of the most famous games in the history of the sport ended up tied. The choke at Doak. Michigan State, Notre Dame back in the day. Harvard, Yale. I mean, there have been epic ties. I'm okay with it. I know most everyone isn't.
Well, I'm on team tie because we want to put it in baseball. So,
Right.
I'm supporting you in football.
Right. You and I want regular season baseball games to either be 11 or 12 innings. That's it. Everybody knows at the beginning of the game. Fans, umpires, players, managers, broadcasters, everybody knows. We're only going to be here for a certain length of time tonight. You manage and play accordingly. And at the end of the year, by the way, do you know what determines a playoff spot? Winning percentage. So the tie can work both ways. We digress. But really, I mean, the overtime took an hour.
Yes, it did.
But so to me, rivalry weekend got started Friday night with Georgia Tech. And I know there were games Friday afternoon and what have you. Mark, honestly, of all the big games that were played this weekend, the proverbial Miller and Moulton $20 bet, straight up, if you had to pick a winner this weekend of all the big games, who would you have picked?
It was the Buckeyes. It was their time, David. They'd lost 3 in a row. They were a 21-point favorite. They were a much better roster. They'd paid a lot of money for that roster, David. The Buckeyes were going to beat the Michigan Wolverines on Saturday at noon.
Well, they were going to win.
Yeah.
I mean, whether they covered or not, but I mean, they were going to win.
Right.
Then if I told you, Mark, I don't know, man, you put your $20 on Ohio State. Michigan's going to throw for 62 yards and 2 interceptions. Are you sure they're going to win? I mean, that's another thing. Michigan won the game throwing for 62 yards. They threw 2 picks. Holy. Apparently the buyout's $37 million. And apparently the alumni, they're not in the mood for it. Because they're like, well, no, because the roster's going to cost us 15 to 20. So no, we're not coming up with all this money. That's the thought, the early indications out of Columbus, that the money people are like, no, I don't know what to tell you. $37 million. This kind of reminds me, was it just last year in the NCAA tournament when John Calipari in Kentucky lost to Oakland? Remember last year's Kentucky team was the best team he's had in a while, and it was multidimensional, and this team could really go on a run. And they got beat in the first round by Oakland. And right away, Calipari was not being fired. He was not being replaced. He was not going anywhere. But with every day that went by, it became obvious that the situation was untenable. And Calipari found himself a parachute. And he took care of it for Big Blue Nation, who wasn't going to fire him because they didn't want to come up with the money to fire him. But they didn't want him anymore. I sense this is now Ryan Day at Ohio State. It's over. It ended Saturday. Now it's just a matter of, is it going to end in the next 6 weeks? Or is he going to be dead man walking as a coach for another year or two? But I sense, Mark, that unless they go and literally win the Natty, unless they go on a playoff run here and win 4 games, I think he's done.
Couldn't agree with you more. I was texting with a buddy during the game, and I think I texted at one point, is he trying to fire himself?
Oh, my goodness. An epic win, though. I mean, this is why we watch sports. This is why we love sports. It's just an epic win for Michigan. One that literally they will talk about for 50 years. Maybe longer. This is what makes sports. It's awesome. And it leads to our question of the day.
So when we come back, Miller and Moulton will plant their flag, and we will see whether or not you try to knock it down from us. Great show lined up for you, starting 5 and 25 minutes right here on Miller and Moulton.
The Swamp Buggy races in Naples are this Sunday at noon. Gates open at 10:30. A Naples racing tradition for 76 years. 6 different classifications of buggies, speeds of over 80 miles an hour. The Swamp Buggy races Sunday at noon. Gates open at 10:30. Get your tickets at the box office Sunday or go to swampbuggy.com. Swampbuggy.com. Bring the family because kids 12 and under are free. This Sunday at noon, the Swamp Buggy races, Florida Sports Park, swampbuggy.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Catch a little cold on this trip?
It seems like it. I'm fending it off. But yeah. It's just a head cold. Ryro, they're a very good team. And let's face it, I don't know if we have a great team this year in college football. And what was it that Bud Elliott said a week or two on our show?
It was just this past Wednesday that there's like 7 teams in the Power Football Index from
13, I thought he said.
13 from 2019 on.
Yeah,
The
that
last
are
5
better
years.
than what they have this year. So,
Whose side of the plant your flag argument are you on? Win and plant your flag, win and act like you've been there before.
there you go.
Does that work?
I like it. Right now, Ryro, I don't know if you'll get a home game. I think Ohio State lost their home game. I think Ohio State's going to visit an SEC team. In fact, my gut tells me Ohio State's going to Tennessee. Now, I'll be curious as to how far they drop Georgia if Georgia were to lose to Texas. Oh, Notre Dame's hosting. It's just a matter of is Notre Dame going to be the 5 or the 6? Notre Dame's hosting. Oh, no, there could be some very sexy matchups here. Ambient, they're all different times. Like the SEC games at 4 o'clock Eastern, the Big Ten title games at 8 o'clock at night. So, price design, it's not ghetto culture. That's, I mean, no offense.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour on this Monday, the first such Monday of December. It's an overreaction Monday. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving weekend. Wow. Wow, what a weekend of football. What a weekend of football. I mean, you know, how long ago does it seem that the ending of the Lions-Bears game took place? That was the first football game of the weekend.
I don't
That
know. I
seems
need to
like-
call a timeout.
Can I take a very controversial, and you guys are going to kick me off the show? So, Mark, this has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed our time together. Listen, he's already fired. But in fairness to Matt Eberflus, I want everybody to put themselves in his shoes. Caleb had the team lined up with 18 seconds on the clock. If you're Matt Eberflus, at that moment, they're lined up, you look up, it's 18 seconds. Do you think he's not going to snap the ball till there's 6? I mean, I think Caleb screwed Eberflus. So then 18 becomes 14, and then it becomes 12. And Eberflus is thinking, well, okay, if we snap it at 10, a play takes 6, 7 seconds. We'll call timeout. We'll kick the field goal. I mean, I think Eberflus had to be standing there, and then when it got to about 9, 8 inside him, he's going, what the hell? Snap the ball. I mean, 18 seconds they were lined up. I mean, come on. I mean, Andy Reid would have thought that his quarterback would have snapped. Eberflus is a buffoon, never be a head coach again. Right, we got it. He sucks. But come on, make it Belichick. Make it Andy Reid. Okay, do you really think your quarterback is going to go 12 seconds without snapping the ball? I mean, don't you think? And then I think Eberflus was covering for his rookie quarterback after the game. I think he was totally lying, trying to cover for Caleb.
Well, I think you have a little something there, but regardless, you need to call the timeout.
When?
Right away. Right when the
so,
play is over.
So you think when sacked with 31 seconds, you would have burned it?
Yeah.
And I'm fine. By the way, I'm okay with that. And then you tell your kicking team, get ready. We're going to have the, fire drill and, you're going to have to run out there and do it. Okay. But I think his quarterback screwed him.
I agree with that. I think both can be right here. And to me, the worst thing of it all, David, is following that is if you're a Bears fan, what hope do you have right now? And I'm being serious because you trot your coach out the next day for his 9 a.m. presser.
I know.
And then you fire him. If you want to look at how badly a franchise is managed, look at the Chicago Bears.
And obviously, Mark, they're not far away. I mean, the three teams in their division are, they're three of the four best teams in the NFC. And look at the way they've just lost to those three teams here in the last 3-4 weeks. I mean, they've played them all right to the end. I mean, they're not that far away. And they've got the rookie quarterback. I mean, seriously, how far away are the Bears, Mark? I mean, if the Bears
not as far as the records indicate.
Right.
Not nearly as far as the records indicate. But from an organizational standpoint,
yeah.
I looked at Monday morning or Friday morning, rather, I apologize, more than I looked at Thursday late afternoon.
Right.
And said, this is why the Lions are in a good spot in that division because you don't have to worry about the Bears. The Bears will figure out a way to screw this up. Don't know about the Vikings, don't know about the Packers. Packers seem to run a pretty good organization, have done so for about 30-plus years now. But the Bears, don't worry about them. They'll screw it up.
We'll have plenty of time to talk about the Bears and their future. So that was just the noon game on Thursday, which got this amazing weekend kicked off. Okay, let's get to it. It's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
Look at you.
Yep,
look at
that's
you.
right.
There's a sponsor, so Moulton has to make sure we get on it right away.
Right away. Yep, go to swampbuggy.com, Sunday at noon. The Swamp Buggy Races in Naples. It's a tradition for 3/4 of a century. All right. Are we planting flags or are we not? It's rivalry week. I think I know which way Miller and Moulton are voting. And if you've listened to this show for a certain length of time, you know that we have an overriding feeling in college football. In college football. Mark, what is that feeling?
Hate is good.
There you go. There you go. The defense rests, Your Honor. Miller and Moulton believe hate is good. Now, by the same token, you were a Barry Sanders guy. You loved the fact he scored touchdowns and he handed the ball to the official. Okay? You do. You like your, golfer to, act a certain way. I mean, there is a side to you that there is a prim and proper side to Mark Miller.
Well, and you think about it, David, the athletes that I grew up, I don't know about idolizing, but spending my time watching were class guys. Alan Trammell was a class guy for the Tigers. You already mentioned Barry Sanders. Steve Eisenman, I believe played the game the right way when he played, was a guy who didn't bring a lot of attention to himself.
Right.
Joe Dumars was my favorite Piston. So, yes, David, there are a lot of guys that I look to who would never have been flag planters. But these guys all got paid for a living.
I was going to say none of them were college football players.
No, none of them were.
Mark, what is it that we believe again about college football?
Hate is good.
In fact, we believe it's the oxygen of the sport. We were willing to concede and just call it angst. We called it angst for a long time. That's because people freak out when you use the word hate. But Miller and Moulton believe, especially in college football, and yeah, of course, there's an unhealthy side to it. We know. There's an unhealthy side to smoking and drinking and gambling. We got it. Trust me. Okay? We know. Mark, plant the flag or don't plant the flag?
Plant the damn flag.
There you go. There you go.
You
Can't
want the
call it-
flag? You want them to not plant the flag? Here's an idea. Win. Play better.
Or listen, if you know they're going to try to do it, then just stand around your logo and wait until they go to the locker room. You know, I mean, just if it bothers you that much.
But it is our Swamp Buggy Races poll question today.
There you go. SwampBuggy.com, baby.
Whose side of the plant your flag argument are you on? Win and plant your flag. Win and act like you've been there before. Right now, it's at Miller_Moulton. David and I will both retweet it here coming up at the break. You can go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, to cast your vote on the flag planting controversy that came up all over the country over the weekend.
Well, I will say, because it wasn't just in Columbus. That was, the most high-profile game, and obviously they ended up with police and pepper spray, and my goodness. But, North Carolina State. I mean, there were other instances of flag planting.
Florida and Florida State.
Yes. So we're in favor of it. We are. Paul in our Twitch chat room says either ban it or it's okay. Okay, but we're
There's no one in charge of college football, so you can't really ban it unless every conference is going to go ban it.
Right. And remember, they're okay with you planting the flag. You just can't storm the field. Boom.
I like the whole thing happens between Michigan and Ohio State there, and Ryan Day's asking what happened.
Yeah, I know. No, that's not a bad look or anything.
No.
What's going on? And his team and his players are ignoring him. Yeah, he's in charge for now. The starting five is next.
Defining a new era in men's health. Healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.
a great point, okay, music. Get to spend yesterday with your friend?
Yeah, all day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I took a 5 a.m. flight out of LA. So that was weird. Got up at 2 a.m. 5 a.m. Got into Denver, landed 8-ish. Yeah, I spent 9 hours with them. Went to dinner. It was nice. They bought a new house, so I hadn't seen it. So, they're a very good team. They are. Secondary's vulnerable. I mean, young corners. But you know, I don't know if there's a great team this year, Irish football and college football.
We don't know if Oregon is or not. We've not watched them enough. We've not seen them play enough. They've not had big games. They beat Ohio very early in the year.
I mean, would it really surprise you? Would it really surprise? Now, I think it would surprise a lot of people if Indiana starts winning multiple games in the tournament. But would it really surprise you if an 8-seeded Georgia, a 9-seeded Ohio State, an 11 or 12-seeded Alabama starts rattling off wins in the playoff?
What seeded Alabama?
Well, we'll get to it. Arizona State's going to be very close to Alabama in the polls that come out. And if they beat Iowa State and win the Big 12, you sure they're not going to be ranked ahead of Alabama? Better record, conference champion. Did you see in the Twitch chat room, Ryan used your sage butter recommendation and loved it?
Of course he did. Thank you, Ryan. It's a game changer.
Yeah, that overtime took a while, didn't it? Oof. Oofta. No, ambient.
No.
No, when BYU beat Houston, their dream ended. Because if Houston had beaten BYU, then Colorado would have been in the Big 12 title game. Because Colorado would have won the three-way tie. Well, they showed their colors on defense. And their head coach showed his colors.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Got a nice show lined up for you today on this Overreaction Monday. our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. So can you plant the flag or no? Yeah, it's college football. It's rivalry week. Plant the damn flag. Or no, it's classless. Come on, grow up. Act like an adult.
FSU texter sending a little text to us saying, I'm agreed with planting the flag. Win the damn game.
Now, I can understand if a certain coach is against it and won't let his team do it when they win, and then they lose the rivalry game and the opponent is planting the flag. I could see where it would bother them. Yeah. Don't know what to tell you. The oxygen, the angst, the hate, it fuels the sport. It fuels the money behind your salary, behind your roster. You got to let it flow. Sorry. We are in favor, Miller and Moulton, of planting the flag on the Swamp Buggy Races poll question.
The starting five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting five.
It's Overreaction Monday. Boy, Bucks got away with one.
Ooh.
Take that sucker and get on the plane. Nearly blew it. Allowed Bryce Young to throw a 25-yard touchdown with 30 seconds to go. They're going to lose to Carolina. It's going to be a crushing loss. Instead, Baker, who had not been good. Couple completions. Chase McLaughlin, 51-yard field goal at the gun to send it to overtime. Then Chuba Hubbard with the fumble. Bucks recover. Kick the field goal in OT to win 23-20. And just like that, Mark, sometimes Miller and Moulton harp on things a little too long. But a couple of weeks ago, we said, hey, Tampa's still very much in it in the NFC South. Falcons' schedule's getting harder. Bucks' schedule's getting easier. Okay? They can still win this. And when Kirk Cousins decided to have one of his worst games of his career and throw 4 picks, including a pick 6, when the Chargers didn't even have 200 yards of offense and went into Atlanta and beat the Falcons 17-13. So now the Falcons and Bucks are tied atop the NFC South. Yeah, Atlanta's got the tiebreaker. We'll say it again. They also have the tougher schedule the rest of the way. Big win for the Colts. The AFC playoff picture would all but be decided if Anthony Richardson didn't leave the Colts on a 19-play touchdown drive in the closing seconds, and then Indy went for 2 in the win and got it. 25-24 over the Patriots. So they're 6-7, a game and a half back at Denver, who plays tonight on Monday Night Football. But the Colts and the Broncos play in 2 weeks. Could go a long way to determining who the final playoff team is in the AFC. Mark, all the Vikings keep doing is winning. 5 in a row. Sam Darnold led them on the game-winning drive. A little over a minute to play. Came from behind, 23-22 against Arizona. Costly loss for the Cardinals. They fall to 6-6 in a game behind Seattle, who rallied from a 14-point deficit to beat Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, 26-21. Seattle at 7-5 with a 1-game lead in the West. Aaron Rodgers so bad they're thinking of benching him. I mean, they're actually thinking of it out loud.
He was asked after the game if he was going to be benched.
Right. That's how bad he was. Pittsburgh. They go into Cincinnati and they win a lot. Highest scoring NFL game of the year, 44-38 over the Bengals. Mark, the Bengals defense is so bad that the Steelers...
How bad is it?
Well, thank you, Mark. The Steelers had over 500 yards of offense. Not in a month. Sunday. 44-38. They're 9-3. Can we stop talking about the Bengals now? They're 4-8.
They're done. We were done. We were done talking about them anyhow.
By the way, try being ESPN and ABC. A week from tonight, do you know what their game is? Cincinnati at Dallas. promote that sucker. With flex scheduling, that's their game. Unbelievable. Eagles won the showdown in Baltimore. They beat the Ravens 24-19. Justin Tucker's struggling, man. Missed 2 field goals and an extra point. Oh, boy. Philly's 10-2. They're just waving at Detroit. They're like, hey, here we are.
And we're healthy.
In case you guys slip up, we're right here. Ravens fall to 8-5. Houston beat Jacksonville 23-20. That's not the story of the game, however. Trevor Lawrence cheap-shotted on a scramble, knocked unconscious. I mean, a lot of questions there. Let me ask you this. The guy from Houston got ejected. Do you suspend him? Is that something that is worthy of a suspension?
The way we protect quarterbacks, I think that it is, David.
Now, I don't want any grief from this. Was it a cheap shot? Yes. I thought Trevor slid late, though. A little late. Okay? That if I'm the defender for a split second, when I'm at full speed, he's still going at full speed. He hasn't started to slide yet. I thought he slid half a second late. Now, I didn't have to blow him up, and I deserve to be ejected for blowing him up. I mean, I hit him in the head, for goodness sakes.
I'm actually surprised. I give the players a lot of credit for that not happening more. 15-yard penalty, take a quarterback out?
Oh, hell. If I was Greg Williams, the defense coordinator for the Saints back in the day, Buddy Ryan, he had bounties all the time. Okay? Buddy Ryan took money out of his pocket and gave it to players if they took a quarterback out of a game. Jags fall to 2-10. They're currently on the clock. The Bills clinched the AFC South last night in the snow at home against the Niners. And if things couldn't get worse for the Niners, not only did they lose 35-10, they probably lost Christian McCaffrey for the year with a PCL injury, which means he will have played 4 games this year. See, this is the reason teams don't pay running backs. McCaffrey, who had the best year of his career, arguably last year, and this year played 4 games. Niners are 5-7, by the way. They're going to miss the playoffs. Wow. They've been in 4 of the last 5 NFC title games. Rams, it was ugly, but they beat the Saints 21-14. Taysom Hill likely suffering a season-ending knee injury. Rams, a game back at the Seahawks. And Commanders stopped their schneid. They blew out Tennessee 42-19. Monday Night Football tonight, Broncos a 6-point favorite over the Browns. Home teams, by the way, yesterday in the NFL went 3-8. After Thursday and Friday going 4-0. So you figure it out. College football, Purdue fired Ryan Walters. At what point during the 66-0 beatdown against Indiana do you think he thought he was getting fired?
By halftime.
Yeah. I'm thinking walking off the field, actually, yeah. FIU fired Mike McIntyre. That means there's head coach vacancies at UCF, FAU, and FIU. Oh, yeah, that's right. If you missed it over the weekend, Gus Malzahn lost to Utah to finish 4-8 and then announced he was going to Florida State to be their offensive coordinator. Gus was always pretty good at getting out of town before the posse arrived. Boy, that was disappointing, wasn't it?
It really was.
We thought he was going to do better than that. West Virginia fired Neil Brown. College football playoff polls won't come out till tomorrow night. However, how different have the playoff committee's poll been than the AP and coaches poll? Not very, right?
Not really at all.
Okay, so with that in mind, the top 6 were the same: Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Georgia, Tennessee. In the AP, Ohio State fell to 7. In the coaches, they fell to 8th. SMU was either 7th or 8th, depending on the poll. Then Indiana was 9. Boise was 10. Alabama was 11. And they're the last team in. But what if Clemson beats SMU in the ACC title game? SMU 7 in the one poll, 8 in the other. Alabama's at 11. Is there enough room for SMU to lose and stay in the playoff at Alabama's expense? Also, Alabama ranked ahead of South Carolina and Miami in both polls. We'll see what the playoff committee does tomorrow night. Also, Arizona State, 12 in the one poll, Mark, 13 in the other. Boise State's at 10. Arizona State going to jump Boise to be the 4 seed if they win?
I think they are. I'll say it right now. I think that they are.
By the way, if it came down to Bama, South Carolina, or Miami, who would you pick? A 10-2 ACC team, 2 close losses, 2 9-3 SEC teams, one of which has won 6 in a row, but lost a 2-point game at Alabama. Of the 3, who would you pick? Last spot. Could be a poll question later in the week. Could be a Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com.
I'd pick Alabama while holding my nose.
College hoops. Longtime legendary St. John's coach Lou Carnesecca died on Saturday. He was 99. NBA, Heat fell to 9-9. They lost in Toronto by 3. Orlando, boy, after losing 4 in a row when Paolo got hurt, they have figured it out. They went to Brooklyn, beat the Nets by 8. Knicks by 33 over the Pelicans. Hey, how about the Cavs? Big showdown last night in Cleveland. They hosted the Celtics. Best record in the East was on the line. They were down 12 going to the 4th. Came back and beat the Celtics. 115, 111. We've been trying to tell you about this team. The Houston Rockets are 15-6. They're last year's version of Orlando. When everybody's like, who the hell's this young team? Who are these guys? They beat OKC by 3 last night. They're a half game behind OKC in the West. Lakers edged Utah by 1. Hockey, Boston beat Montreal 6-3. Columbus over Chicago 6-3. Vancouver beat your Wings 5-4 in overtime. Wings should probably make some trades, don't you think?
No, they need a new coach. They should have hired Montgomery and didn't do it. Rumor is they're going after Joel Quenneville. This guy can't get it done. It's time for a new voice.
Okay. Dallas beat Winnipeg 3-1. And that's pretty much it. 9 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton.
Poll question is up. Whose side of the plant your flag argument are you on? Win and plant your flag. Win and act like you've been there before. Close vote, early going. The win and plant your flag getting 52% of the vote. That's our Swamp Buggy Races poll question of the day. We'll have one every day this week because it's sponsored. That's how we roll on this show. If there's a sponsor involved, we'll get it done.
It's very easy. I mean, can we be bought? Hell yeah. We're like a player in the portal. Yeah, absolutely we can be bought. Yeah. Yeah, I know we verbally committed to someone else, but I don't know what to tell you. Swamp Buggy Races came in over the top with a big offer. So we took it. Go to swampbuggy.com and buy your tickets now. Noon on Sunday. It's when they're racing. Yeah, damn right.
For the record, Miller and Moulton on the plant your flag team.
We are. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fine. It's class. Yes, we're lacking class. Is that really the worst thing that's ever been said about Miller and Moulton? We're lacking class?
In college football.
Right. Hello. Okay. Seriously, what's worse? Planting the flag or Michigan paying the high school quarterback $12 million over 4 years? I mean, come on. It's college football. Canada Relief, it's immature. Yes, it's college football. Yes, it's immature. Are you
Yes,
serious?
classless. We get it.
Yes. By the way, classless. Kind of like college football. You don't have to go to class. See what we did there? Miller Moulton.
The Swamp Buggy races in Naples are this Sunday at noon. Gates open at 10:30. A Naples racing tradition for 76 years. 6 different classifications of buggies, speeds of over 80 miles an hour. The Swamp Buggy races Sunday at noon. Gates open at 10:30. Get your tickets at the box office Sunday or go to swampbuggy.com. Swampbuggy.com. Bring the family because kids 12 and under are free. This Sunday at noon, the Swamp Buggy races, Florida Sports Park, swampbuggy.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The world famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
If I'm Alex Golish, I can't take the UCF job, even if they call me. I can't. Can't do it. It's too much of a slap in the face of my current employer. I can't do that. Irish football, I don't believe that. Although Kevin Warren's incompetent, so anything's possible. But I agree. I'd call Scott Frost before I'd hire Dan Mullen. That's a great poll question. That could be a swamp buggy racist poll question, Sonny.
Holy cow, listen to him.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday. Mark, it's an overreaction Monday. Don't know if you're aware of that. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. So much to kick around from what was a glorious Thanksgiving weekend of football. I mean, there's so many places that we can start. I mean, the first game of the football weekend was the ending of the Lions-Bears game. Head coach of the Bears ends up getting fired. I thought the Giants-Cowboys game was one of the worst NFL games I've seen in a long time. Apparently, the fourth highest rated regular season game in recent memory. Yep, Cooper Rush.
I didn't watch much of that game at all.
Good.
Served
Good,
dinner
'cause
at
that's
4, took a
Yeah.
nap in the second half, if you know what I mean.
Well, and by the way, that game took over 3.5 hours. That game took forever. Had like 14 guys hurt. All right. The quarterback play was abysmal. Oof. That was a tough watch. Yep. And then the Dolphins, and they didn't even really show up in Green Bay. Green Bay had they scrimmaged a local college team, and they won, and the NFL decided that they'll count it in the standings. So that was Thanksgiving. And then Black Friday. The Chiefs now are just submitting scripts to the NFL, aren't they? Just submitting scripts going, listen, we got to come up with a new dramatic way to win ugly at the end. Here's what we're going to do. How about this time the other team has the ball, they commit a penalty, and there's going to be a controversial interpretation of it, and we're going to recover the fumble and win. What do you say? Oh, we haven't submitted that one before. Okay, we can go with that.
Can I ask a question that no one will talk about today, but I wondered it when it was happening live? They're showing the anthem during the Packers-Dolphins game. And they want to emphasize how cold it is. So they show both Mike McDaniel and Tua.
Right.
Is a skull cap, a beanie, a toque, a winter hat considered a hat?
Well, yeah.
Then why didn't they take it off during the anthem? I mean, if we're going to give Strahan a week's worth of grief for not putting his hand over his heart, while he stood at attention during the national anthem. The coach and quarterback need to take their beanies off during the anthem. I know when I was at games as a kid and I wore a hat like that, my grandfather would take it off my head, place it over my heart, and put my hand there. Just one of those things that bothered me.
Okay.
And the game started, and I'm going, come on, guys. Take your hats off.
All right.
But it showed a bigger problem, and that's just how soft the Miami Dolphins are.
Yes. Yes, they are. Although we did see it Thursday and Friday, all 4 road teams lost. But, yeah, it was a good team on the road, and they played a certain style of ball, and Miami's like, oh, yeah, we're not up for this. No. We're not. Now, if it's pretty, if we could just sit back and throw it all over the place, yeah, that'd be fine. But no, we're not up for this. So this is what playoff football is like? We're not interested in this.
They are soft.
Can't disagree.
And I don't know what you do if you're Miami right now. I really don't.
Well, yeah, you do. Come on.
Blow the whole thing up?
Come on.
Blow it up, David? Is it time?
Come on. What do you do? What do they need? There's there's 2 coaches out there, proven track record in the NFL. One, a hell of a track record.
Right.
Be a controversial hire in Miami. I get it. Okay. Like the Dolphins couldn't use Mike Vrabel? Like, tell me the Dolphins don't need to be Vrabelized. Seriously.
Vrabelized?
Vrabelized. I had to come up with something on the fly. That's what I came up with.
That's quick work there for you.
Posterized, Vrabelized.
Vrabelized.
Well, I didn't want to go Vrabeled. Okay, I wanted to add something to it. I thought it sounded better in my head. What do we need? We need to be Vrabelized. I mean, that sounds like that could be a 30-second ad, right? All of a sudden the person is, they're fumbling with something. Man, we just can't get this right. What do we do? You need to be Vrabelized. Come on. Mike Vrabel, coach of the Dolphins? I mean,
what did Jonnu Smith call him soft as well?
Yeah, right. And by the way, who's he play for?
Miami Dolphins, David.
Okay, there you go. Okay. Well, while we're on the subject, in state, so you have any problems with Florida State? Florida manhandled them. They're much better. By the way, hats off to Napier and the Gators. Way to play out the year, dude. Way to go, guys. With that schedule, with what you endured, 7-5, heading to a bowl, go win it. You're killing it now on the trail, making progress in the portal. Good for you. Good. We want Florida to be Florida again. Sucked when you guys sucked. I want you to be Florida again. Gus Malzahn, bailing on UCF. First off, before you found out he was bailing on UCF, did you think he was going to get fired?
Yes.
I thought they were going to give him one more year because they didn't want to buy him out. So in a way, I think UCF went, whew, wow, this saved us money. Did us a solid here.
They woefully underachieved under Malzahn.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, back-to-back years in the Big 12, they're not bowl eligible. Lost so many games that seemed winnable. And not only that, his strength was not their strength. He had trouble at the quarterback position offensively. With that in mind, if you're Florida State, you happy with Gus Malzahn as offensive coordinator? Because I'm not, for this reason. And Gus can coach. I mean, please, Gus is a tremendous play caller. Gus gets it going. Gus gets in a rhythm. Okay, it doesn't matter who you are on defense. You're in trouble. I mean, Nick Saban backpedaled for years.
going up against Gus Malzahn offenses. When Gus has the personnel, Gus can X and O you right out of the stadium. But he likes his quarterback to be a certain way. And it's not a pro-style quarterback. And when I look at Florida State, Mark, I think of an NFL quarterback. And I know that the college quarterback and the NFL quarterback are kind of meshing here a little bit. But, you know, I mean, think about it. You know, Gus had Bo Nix, and Bo hated it. And Bo had to leave to get out of that offense. And so there's a part of me that wonders, okay, is the Florida State quarterback going to be more runner than thrower now? So I'm not sold on that being a great hire for Norvell, despite his track record as a play caller. I just think it boxes Florida State in terms of the style of quarterback they're now going to have.
And I thought Gus had a pretty good quarterback to do that this year, and it never really happened.
No.
Bringing in Jefferson from Arkansas. I thought he would do I thought that was going to work. They ended up not finishing the season with him.
Now, as Sonny points out, Malzahn was offense coordinator with Cam Newton. Yeah, but Cam was first pick of the draft, NFL quarterback.
I think you and I could have called plays with Cam.
But, Cam could throw the ball. I mean, maybe not as well as some would have liked, but, it's not like he was just a runner. But, no, I hear you. By the way, that was 14 years ago. How quickly time flies. Can we talk about the Canes?
Wait a minute. I'm going to kick a field goal first.
What in the world? And then he comes out and he says, analytics said to kick the field goal?
There's no way.
Well, once again, if that's the case, this is why, I'm sorry, you got to throw analytics out. Have you been paying attention for the last 3 hours, analytics? No, you obviously haven't. You can't stop them offensively. You can't. They've scored 42 points in less than 3 quarters. You need a touchdown. You're going to kick the field goal and put your defense on the field to help win the game? No. Your best chance to win the game, Mark, is have the ball in the hands of who?
Cam Ward.
Heisman Trophy finalist, probably. Oof.
That's a bad loop right there.
Now, I was worried about this game. I was. Others were as well. I heard Herb Street picked Syracuse on game day. All right. I mean, even you, Mark, and Bud Elliott, even when I said, hey, I'm worried about this game, he said, I'm not, because I think Miami's going to score 50. And I said, yeah, but Syracuse is going to score 35. And he said, yes, they are. Well, the problem was Syracuse scored 42 and Miami scored 38. After getting out to a 21-0 lead.
Yeah, I was mocking all of you that picked Syracuse when it was 21 spit sitting on my couch. Going there in trouble, huh? And then the defense just crumbled for 3 quarters. That defensive line that was supposed to be good wasn't. The secondary, which was supposed to be iffy, proved that it was all of that.
Oh, it was iffy, all right. Man, now is Miami out? Is that too bad of a loss? By the way, it's a 9-3 Syracuse team on the road. But apparently that doesn't matter because the ACC, no, it sucks. Nope. SEC's great. Every other conference sucks. That's all you need to know, playoff committee, when you do your rankings.
Sound like an SEC coach after a game, win or lose.
I've been talking to Greg Sankey over the weekend. He said, make sure you get these talking points out. SEC's great. Every other conference sucks. That's all you need to know. Miller and Moulton. On an overreaction Monday. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving holiday. Thanks for starting your week off with us, millerandmoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Whew. Sonny, that could be later in the week. Should Archie Griffin get 2 votes? I don't want to honk Ohio State fans off. They've already had a really difficult time. But if you go back in time and take a look at his second Heisman, that shouldn't happen.
$37 million Irish football. It's the reality of life. $37 million. I don't know if I can afford it. Also, who you getting? Mike Vrabel's not taking the job. Who you getting?
Urban's looking like he's ready to come back.
Oh. If I'm Ohio State, I call Shelley. Okay. I call his wife. I wouldn't even call him. I'd just call her. So what are you thinking? The word is that Vrabel's not interested in the whole recruiting thing.
Pop and shake, that's funny. Well played.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Overreaction Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, go to swampbuggy.com and buy your tickets for the races that are noon this Sunday at the Florida Sports Park in Naples. Where are you with the whole plant the flag thing? Hey, it's a rivalry. We won. We're planting the damn flag. Suck it up and deal. Or, come on, man, it's classless. Give me a break.
Charlie replied on X and said, I see it both ways. Don't like him planting the flag, win the damn game. But if you plant the flag, understand there will still be consequences for those actions. Can't expect an opposing player to stand by and watch, but you're right. Hate is good for sports.
Well, we think it's the oxygen of college sports, especially football. But, we called it angst for many a year on this show. That angst is the oxygen of college football. See, here's the problem. Not that college football has a commissioner, because they don't. But you can't promote it as rivalry week and help work everyone up into a frenzy. And then when you have the post-game stuff happen that happened, be shocked and appalled. I can't believe it. Would act this way. How dastardly of them. I mean, come on. Can't do it. Can't have it both ways. If this game's all about hate, I mean, hell, the one school won't even refer to the other school by name. Okay? Come on. They've eliminated every word that starts with the letter M on campus. Okay? If you're going to do that, we're planting the damn flag. In fact, I may plant 50 of them. And besides, it wasn't that long ago. You won 8 in a row. 8 in a row. And like 18 out of 20. I'm planting the damn flag. That's kind of where we come from.
21,000's the text line. You can go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X to answer today's poll question, or Miller_Moulton as well on X, where you can post anything you'd like to us there, or you can text us at 21,000 on the whole planting flag controversy that's hit us, because it wasn't just in Columbus. It was in Tallahassee, Arizona State.
It was in
NC State.
Right? Yeah. I mean, come on, it's rivalry week, man. No, it's everywhere.
I mean, come on, we got games called the Holy War, the Civil War.
Good old-fashioned hate.
Right. You lose this game, you get fired. That's a big deal. Speaking
And
of
right
which,
now, Ohio State's trying to see if they can drum up enough money to fire Ryan Day.
okay, a series of questions for you. One, if you're Ohio State, do you fire Ryan Day, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Number two, okay, now what? Plan B.
Well, Urban seems like he's ready to come back.
Okay. And I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing because we brought up last week, we had a serious discussion for one segment. Why not Rex Ryan for the Jets? Well, let me ask you this. Why not Urban Meyer for Ohio State? Why not Scott Frost for UCF? Seriously, why not? Scott gave it a go. He went after his dream job. It didn't work. He's like an assistant. He's like a consultant with the Rams right now. He's basically out of football. If you're UCF, why not Scott Frost? It's not like he hasn't won there before. Not that long ago, by the way. Like 6-7 years ago. I mean, is it crazy? If I'm the UCF AD and I come in, we have a press conference at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and I introduce Scott Frost as my head coach. Is that the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
It really isn't.
If Ohio State goes back in time and goes to Herbs, okay? Well, I have to admit, I think Herbs is done. I think it would not work.
Having trouble? You think Herbs can't coach the pro game anymore?
Well, I mean, it didn't work well in Jacksonville when he was dealing with pros.
And he's got a higher payroll in Columbus.
But boom.
All right. So if not Urban, where would you go in Columbus?
Well, and that's my question. Fine, right? You can't handle the thought of Ryan Day anymore. Okay, fine.
Would Lanning come from Oregon?
No.
Why? You're offering a ton of money. It's a much more high-profile job.
Money's not an issue in Oregon. It's not.
I understand, but it's Oregon. I'm just.
No, I got it.
It's the Pacific Northwest. No one pays. They're number one in the country. No one's paying any attention to them.
I understand. Yeah. Listen, if I'm Ohio State, I call. There's no doubt I call. Listen, if I'm Ohio State, I call Nick Saban. Okay? I'm going very top of the food chain. Lane Kiffin.
Boy, that would be something in Columbus.
Boy, the one-liners he'd throw at Michigan. That'd be good stuff.
I mean, just his X account alone would be spectacular.
Yep. No, but seriously, if you're Ohio State, now where are you going?
I think Lanning and Lane are where I'd start. I mean, I think you're right that you start with the Urbans and the Knicks, but I don't think they're coming back.
But think about it. The Kentucky basketball job opened up. You know where Kentucky ended up settling? Mark Pope, who was one of theirs, by the way, was coaching at BYU. I mean, there's no guarantee. Everybody's got money now, Mark. I mean, Oregon gets the same Big Ten checks as Ohio State gets. They got Nike behind them, for God's sakes. I mean, seriously, I'm telling you, money. Yes, it's Oregon. And Ohio State is, Rolls-Royce company. I get it.
So would you fire him? You sound like you'd keep him. And that's interesting to me because, well,
you know what I would do behind the scenes. I gotta have plan B lined up. I'm not firing them and then figuring out who are we going to fire or hire. Sorry. No. It's way too important because this is my job. I mean, I got to come up with $37 million to pay him off. And no, I'm not promoting Chip Kelly. Chip couldn't handle the pressure of the UCLA job. You want to give him the Ohio State job? Come on. Who's the young coach? You think about it, okay? You think about their two big hires, in the last 20 years. Jim Tressel, Urban Meyer. Now, they promoted Ryan Day from within. In theory, now you're going outside. You're getting somebody. Luke Fickell was an interim for a year. Jim Tressel, Urban Meyer. Urban was proven. Tressel was proven at a much lower level. Don't you think you have to go that route? I got to get a proven guy. Now it's just a question of how proven and where. Like, is Matt Campbell up for the Ohio State job? He's got Iowa State in the Big 12 title game. He's been mentioned for big jobs for 5 years. He's a Midwest guy. Is he up for it?
And I don't know the answer to that, David. With conviction one way or another,
Right.
I can't give you an answer where I can sit there and say he is the guy or he isn't the guy. I don't know.
But you're asking me to come up with $37 million and fire this guy.
Yes, I am.
Oh,
As a
okay.
matter of fact, I am. I watched the game, and I'm asking you for $37 million to fire the guy.
You do know I then need more money to hire the next guy, right?
I got it.
Okay, that's just the appetizer. You're aware of that, right?
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Mark, did you see the text I sent you?
No.
Yeah, Boxberg, I don't think anybody cares about UConn scheduling.
When did they send me a spot?
I think he just sent it. Apparently there's something in there, and I'm a little aggravated because I had sent the copy to him, and but so there's something in it that they wanted corrected, and so they're running spots on other stations, so they're just sending us that spot.
Yeah, hope it's a 30.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, is he not going to play in the conference tournament?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. By the way, Angelique Chengelis will join us 1 hour from now, talking about what has to be one of the biggest wins by Michigan in the rivalry with Ohio State on Saturday afternoon in Columbus. Matt Murschel will join us at the top of the Diamond District bonus hour. He covers college football as a whole with a focus on UCF. And just like that, they need a new coach. We'll talk to Matt about that and other things going on in the sport coming up in a little more than an hour's time. Mark, the Swamp Buggy races are the proud sponsors of our poll question this week. Go to swampbuggy.com, buy your tickets for the races, which are noon on Sunday.
Whose side of the plant your flag argument are you on? Win and plant your flag, or win and act like you've been there before? We have flag planters on our show that are listening, David. 59% of our audience is win and plant your flag. 41% saying win and act like you've been there before. Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote, or millerandmoulton.com as well to vote on today's poll question.
Now, there's a part of me that's thrilled because, Mark, I haven't been on the right side of our poll question in a long time.
Why does that matter to you?
I don't like to be that out of touch with our audience. And our audience keeps telling me, dude, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And
I know, but I mean, you get upset when you lose dressing versus mashed potatoes.
Right. That's what I mean. Oh, not about sports. Okay. No, I lost the whole Thanksgiving poll questions last week. I was on the wrong side of all of them. It would be nice to be on the right side, be in the majority for once, one damn issue. One thing in which I go, me and my peeps.
Well, there you go, right there. Starting with me and my peeps.
I know. It is true. I don't know if I've been on the right side of a poll question since I called them my peeps. I think it's their way of getting back at me. So that's all. I would just like to be in the majority once. Just once. I mean, Mark, come on now. I feel like a political party. I mean, I want to win one election. I mean, I don't mind being, the Washington Generals, but I got to win once. Come on now.
Well, I feel badly, David, because a lot is riding on tonight's Monday Night Football game for you. Because I pushed you.
You did.
Into an extra pick.
You did.
You picked 7 games.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You've been picking A&M since April. You're not going to pick A&M?
I guess you're right. I guess I have to take A&M in the 5 against Texas. Right. So that's a loss. And so I'm 4-3.
Right.
Right. Heading into tonight, I got Denver. I'm laying 5.5.
You
There's
would
a
have been
win.
4-2, guaranteed of a winning week,
Right.
with nothing
Exactly.
to worry about tonight.
No. And there's a lot of pressure on me too, because you went 4-1 and Lee went 5-0 and got his damn game of the week right. Right. So the two of you are kicking butt and taking names and what have you. And I'm sitting here, he's 4-3. You know, hey, maybe you can have a winning week. Right. So I'd like to be on the winning side of a poll question, okay? There's not a lot of winning going on in my life right now, Mark. That's all. And yes, Miller and Moulton are flag planners. That's the worst thing that's said about me today. I'll take it. You flag planner. Damn right. Damn right. It's classless. Uh-huh. It shows what you're all about. Uh-huh. Yep. Keep going. Keep the insults coming. Throw in a couple expletives with it. You damn right. You're blanket flag planner. Yep. I am.
As a matter of fact, I am.
Yep.
How about you win the game and don't worry about me planting the flag?
Right.
That seems to be a different way to go about it for you.
Besides, correct me if I'm wrong. The flag plantings happen on the road, correct?
Yes.
Right, because it makes no sense to plant it at home. It's your logo.
It's already planted.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Theoretically.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. So, yeah, win the rivalry game at home. By the way, it did not end well in North Carolina. And I don't just mean on the field. Mac Brown, who has taken the high road his whole life. I mean, Mac's like the nicest guy in the sport. Mac not happy with how it ended at North Carolina. And he went out of his way to say it too. He said, listen, I had no problem with them moving on. I just wanted them to wait until after the game. We had a lot going on this week. Weren't supposed to make me the focus of this game. I wanted to stay. They didn't want me to stay. I respect their decision. I asked them, can we wait till after the game? I asked them twice. And they went, oh, no, we got to get the word out that you're done.
Well, they wanted to be first.
For who?
Wanted their job opening to be first.
Yeah, for who? I mean, like when Florida fired Ron Zook and they fired him during the season, Urban was leading Utah and, we didn't know if they'd go undefeated and what have you. But, I mean, it was known Urban Meyer was the hottest commodity out there. And I think it was Willingham was failing at Notre Dame. And so Florida fired Zook when they did because they wanted to get Urban signed and sealed because Notre Dame had said, we're going to wait till the end of the year and what have you. And Florida was like, well, the hell with that. We ain't. We got to get him now. Because if the year ends and we don't have him signed, he going to Notre Dame. I mean, that's the best
like we
football
talked about
coach.
last segment. Who's the college coach out there right now that you have to have?
I mean, is it Lane? Is it Dan Lanning? Is it Matt Campbell? Hell.
But Dan Lanning's not going from Oregon to North Carolina.
No.
Not now, not ever. So who are you getting out in front of North Carolina?
By the way,
FIU job?
By the way, Marcus Freeman did go to Ohio State, the Notre Dame head coach. Here's the other thing. If you're Ohio State, I mean, you're not firing Ryan Day now. You got the playoffs to worry about, right? You're not going to send your team into chaos heading into the playoffs. You're going to play this sucker out, right? Well, hell, you're not even playing another game for 3 weeks. And you might win. So now you're playing into January. And by the way, the people that you're trying to hire are most likely also coaching. I mean, Marcus Freeman's going to be the 5 or 6 seed, for goodness sakes. By the way, how about the reward for being the 5 seed? Could it be Alabama? I mean, seriously, if could it? I mean, if Arizona State wins the Big 12 title game, the thought is they're going to be a couple spots behind Alabama when the poll comes out tomorrow. Is that enough to put Arizona State ahead of Alabama? And if Bama gets the last at-large spot, do you seed them 12? Because Arizona State is a spot ahead of them? And now all of a sudden, the thought of that the 5 seed was going to have this great draw, and they end up with Alabama?
And would Boise end up, because I don't see Alabama shouldn't move ahead of Boise now.
Well, the polls yesterday, for what it's worth, the AP and coaches polls came out yesterday. Boise was 10 in both. Alabama was 11 in both. Arizona State was 12 in the one, 13 in another. Well, Boise State's playing. Arizona State's playing. Alabama's not playing. So just curious. Does Bama end up the 12 seed? And they're going to go to, pick. If Georgia beats Texas, do they go to Texas? Is Texas the 5? Okay. If Penn State beats Oregon, does Bama go to Oregon? Because Oregon's the 5? If the favorites win, so then we decide Notre Dame's the 5, we send them to South Bend. I mean, I'm throwing money in the pot right now for these matchups. Are you kidding me?
For what it's worth, unless Penn State beats Oregon, Notre Dame should be the 5, in my opinion.
I think they will be. I think they will be. Oh, by the way, means you have a chance to get Notre Dame into the semis. If you want, let's just say you keep it, some combination of Arizona State, Iowa State, Boise State. That's going to be the 2 opponents in the first 2 rounds for the 5 seed. Next thing you know, there's Notre Dame showing up, in whatever bowl it is, in the national semis. I mean, that's why I'm wondering, because the committee's getting a lot of heat right now, that it's a much tougher draw for the 1 seed than it is the 5 seed. So is there a way to combat that? Well, fine. We'll put our last at-large team in as the 12. Which, based on the AP and the coaches polls yesterday, the last at-large would be Alabama. Now, we'll see if the committee agrees. Also, what if Clemson upsets SMU? SMU is 3 or 4 spots ahead of Alabama in the AP and the coaches poll. Is there enough room for SMU to lose and still make the playoff? I mean, an 11-2 ACC team, you're going to keep them home? I mean, Mark, in theory, with the way the season's gone, where seemingly anybody can beat anybody this year, I mean, this is the year to not give the Big Ten and the SEC 4 bids each, right?
I agree. I think SMU should be in for what it's worth, unless they get their doors completely blown off them, unless it's 49-3, if you know what I mean.
Unless Clemson whacks them.
And I mean whacks them.
Okay.
SMU should be in my opinion.
Also, how much heat on the committee? Think about what the committee did last year. They kept a 13-0 ACC team out. For who? Alabama. Are they going to do it to an ACC school again? Whether it's 10-2 Miami or 11-2 SMU? I mean, don't you think that comes up in the room? Are we going to do this
they
again?
did it last year, and they said they did it last year because of the quarterback. There's no injuries that are out there that give you that escape route that they had a year ago.
Yeah, they'll come up with a reason, Mark. This is NASCAR. This is WWE. They'll come up with a reason. They'll say schedule. They'll say, well, look at who Alabama played. Look at who SMU played. And by the way, SMU's schedule is a little better if you drill down on it than what most people think, but it's not the equivalent of Alabama's schedule. And they'll say if SMU played Alabama's schedule, they'd be no better than 9-3. We just think Alabama's a better team. That's why we put them in.
You're right. I'd love to argue with you, but they've shown that they are just a version of what you said. Some combination of NASCAR and WWE.
Either way, though, even if they put Alabama in, they're going to put them in as the 11 or the 12, right?
Yes.
Think about that first round matchup. I mean, a 5 or a 6 seed is going to have to play Bama. That is not a walk through the park in the first round, even though you'll be home. And Bama will probably have to go play in the snow.
Penn State loses a close one. Penn State ends up the 6. Give me Alabama at Penn State in an 11-6 matchup.
There you go.
Sign me up right now.
Totally. Remember, it's a TV show. Don't forget it.
And did Miami play themselves out with their loss at Syracuse? We'll see how the committee looks at it tomorrow night. I think they did.
I think they did too. Now, do I think they should be out? I mean, 2 close losses on the road. I mean, they lost at Georgia Tech by a score. I mean, we all will agree Georgia Tech's pretty salty, right? By the way, would we be thinking differently about Miami if Georgia Tech had won in 8 overtimes against Georgia? In all
Or 6
seriousness.
overtimes, or 5, or 7, or however many overtimes it would have taken.
But did that result end up really hurting Miami? If Georgia Tech had won in Athens, we'd say, well, Miami's 2 losses are at Georgia Tech and at 9-3 Syracuse. Well, look at Georgia Tech. They just went into Athens and beat Georgia. I mean, the SEC's non-conference record this year is not great. I mean, Alabama lost to Oklahoma and Vandy, for goodness sakes.
And would we have thought differently if Vandy would have beaten Tennessee on Saturday?
Miller and Moulton. Boy, I'll tell you, going to 12, this was a bad idea. There's no interest in this at all.
Defining a new era in Men's Health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Swamp Buggy races in Naples are this Sunday at noon. Gates open at 10:30. A Naples racing tradition for 76 years. 6 different classifications of buggies, speeds of over 80 miles an hour. The Swamp Buggy races Sunday at noon. Gates open at 10:30. Get your tickets at the box office Sunday or go to swampbuggy.com. swampbuggy.com. Bring the family because kids 12 and under are free. This Sunday at noon, the Swamp Buggy races, Florida Sports Park, swampbuggy.com. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous Cigar Bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
We differed on 6 games, too, and split them 3-3.
Of course. Can't make it down there. Sonny, I'm with you. I love the hire. I think he's doing an amazing job. And obviously not a lifetime contract, but no doubt. By the way, if you're Ohio State,
I was going to say.
Fam, I disagree about the Big 12. Okay, Big 12's got a bunch of 2 and 3 loss teams.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are past the halfway point, the 239 and the 904. It's the final hour of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Charlotte County and surrounding areas. It's an overreaction Monday, the first such Monday of December. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We have a poll question every day this week. Why? We have a sponsor for the poll question every day this week. It's the Swamp Buggy Races this Sunday noon, Florida Sports Park in Naples. 3/4 of a century of tradition. A hell of a good time. Go swampbuggy.com. Get your tickets. Flag planting. It was a big thing this weekend in college football. Are you thumbs up or thumbs down on planting the flag? Yes or no? We know the pros and the cons. We got it. What side of the planting the flag are you on? Miller and Moulton, we plant flags. I don't know.
The cop, by the way, that says I'm going to the pepper spray.
And I don't know if it was just one cop either, but yeah, I know. That was interesting. I mean, and a few people besides, Michigan football players got pepper sprayed. I mean,
right.
Yeah. So, well, Mark, they'll do an investigation. I mean,
Well, they slapped big fines on both of them pretty quickly.
Yeah, I know. I just, come on. That when Greg Sankey does it to the SEC schools they rush the court and they rush I mean, come on. Isn't that a joke? Isn't that kind of like when the NFL finds somebody and the money just goes to a charity? I mean, this is a joke. Really? You expect 20,000 people want to rush the field in Knoxville. You think a security force is going to stop this? I mean, there's only one way to stop it. You really advise you want them to do that? I mean, come on. I'm sorry. I mean, just admit what you are, okay? I'm running a college football conference. Remember, SEC, it just means more? Yeah, we storm the court. We rush the field. That's what we do. We're nasty, okay? This means more. We don't care about the NFL. We don't. This is the biggest thing going.
And we're trying to police 18 to 21-year-olds and tell them not to rush the field, court, whatever.
Right. And now, by the way, we're selling booze at all of our arenas and stadiums.
But we quit selling it before the start of the fourth quarter, so that should sober everybody up.
No doubt about it. Right. Yep, because we're policing the parking lots too. Okay.
So go back to your flask for the fourth quarter because we're not selling anything inside the stadium anymore.
Right. Or just double up at the end of the third quarter, whatever.
Exactly. Whatever you got to do.
But do you know what has hit me during the commercial breaks today? I mean, it's a Monday in December. I mean, shouldn't this be NFL time? What's there to talk about? Now, there's a lot of things to talk about, I know. But, I mean, if you really want to go, big picture excitement. I mean, okay, Bucks and Falcons now tied atop the NFC South.
The demise of the Niners is an interesting topic.
It is.
I mean,
it is.
If we were somewhere else, that would the demise of the Dolphins.
Yeah, and should Stephen Ross start over? I mean, it's only money. You're a billionaire. Yeah, you signed to do an extension. I made a mistake. Next.
You want to live with your mistake for 3 more years, or do you want to rectify that mistake and start over?
Right. And if you bring in a new general manager, well, he didn't hire the coach. So is this really going to work? It can, but it usually doesn't. But I mean, seriously, in the AFC, we have 7 teams with a winning record. And in the NFC now, with the Falcons having lost 3 in a row, I mean, if we were in Atlanta, I guess we could have the conversation, is it time to move on from Kirk Cousins 12 games into a 4-year contract? Hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in 3 straight games. He's never done that in his whole career.
Huh. What's going on? But I mean, seriously, in comparison to the college football weekend that just took place, and I mean, think about the Thursday and Friday, the ending of the Bears-Lions game, a coach gets fired, the ending of the Chiefs-Raiders game. Now, I read somewhere, by the way, the ending of the Chiefs-Raiders game, that the reason that the call ended up being the call is it's a pre-snap penalty if the clock was running. So when the official at the top of the screen came running in, blowing the play dead, saying that was a pre-snap penalty, apparently it is if the clock is running. But since the clock was stopped, it's not.
Right, but the whole referee running in, blowing his whistle tends to get players to quit playing. What do you play until? Sometimes through the whistle.
Correct. I know. It's an awful look. Apparently, it's the letter of the law. Now, to me, that's complicated. It's kind of like when somebody lines up and now they say he was covered, so he was ineligible. And it's like, wait, what? Okay. But so apparently that's why they were having the discussion they were having.
Some texters chiming in on the whole plant the flag controversy today, David. Plant the damn flag. If you don't want a team to do it on your home field, then schedule Miami.
Oh, wow. Wow. Are we talking the Dolphins or the Canes?
Yes.
I will say it's being pointed out. Miami played 6 bowl teams on the road this year. 6 went 4-2. Alabama played 4 bowl teams on the road this year, went 1-3. Listen, I will say this. If I'm the ACC commissioner, I am going public beginning today. I am getting nasty. I am calling Alabama out personally if I'm the ACC commissioner, and I'm not playing around. I will say, you want to take somebody else, okay, over a second team from the ACC, that's fine, but not Alabama. I'm calling them out by name. I'll do the schedule comparison, the whole deal. Nope. Last year, seriously, I bring it all up. What do you have to lose if you're the ACC commissioner? What are you going to do? Just sit back and take it? And I'm getting out in front of the committee. Committee's not releasing their votes till tomorrow. They're meeting today. I'm getting nasty and public today.
Another listener saying there's got to be some sportsmanship, though. We say the same in the NFL, disrespecting the midfield and fans. We think Saturdays and Sundays are different.
Very. See, here's the thing. Help me out here. You guys, not us, you guys, it's rivalry week, right? This is the game. In fact, what do they call the Ohio State-Michigan game?
The game.
Apparently, there's no other game that matters, right?
No.
Seriously. I mean, people want Ryan Day fired. Why?
Badly.
Can't beat Michigan. Doesn't matter what else he's done. Hell, he coached in a national championship game already.
He could coach in another one this year. He damn well better win it, and I still don't know if his job's safe. He's lost to Michigan 4 years in a row.
You guys set the rules, not us.
And then someone asking the question, can you plant a flag on a field with field turf?
I know. First of all, I think they should be applauded for planting the flag. It seems hard. I mean, like in Tallahassee, it's not so hard. It's grass. Plant the flag on turf. That seems like a hell of an accomplishment. Wait a minute. We beat these guys. Now I got to plant the flag in AstroTurf? That's tough to do, Coach.
So that's our poll question. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Go to swampbuggy.com and get your tickets.
Voting close. 52% of you are flag planters. 48%. See, you have to act like you've been there before.
Wow, I'm surprised. I thought this was going to be 2-1.
I did too. With our audience, I thought it would be.
Yep.
But there are a lot of Buckeye fans out there, David, and they must be screaming to the polls today.
No. You can't have it both ways, Buckeye fans. Come on. All right. And I will say our first comments in the Twitch chat room were Buckeye fans who said, in all fairness, and it pains me, plant the damn flag. They just said, hey, it comes with the territory. You lost the game. To the victors go the spoils. Comes with the territory. Can't have it both ways. I mean, didn't Baker plant the flag in Columbus and then, Ohio State returned the favor the next year? What'd they do? They plant the flag at Oklahoma. Yeah. Said, hey, you had your turn. Now we have ours. There you go.
So other teams can do it, just not Michigan.
You can't do that. Can't do that. It's all or nothing. Plant the flag or it's not allowed.
21,000 is the text line. The David Moulton, that Mark Miller on X. If you want to chime into the show, you can always join us, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, or go to youtube.com and search Miller and Moulton, or youtube.com/Miller and Moulton to watch the two of us talk back and forth.
I mean, here's the other thing. Act like you've been there before. Michigan was a 3-touchdown underdog. Okay, they hadn't been there before. I mean, in this rivalry's history, isn't it like the second biggest upset by point spread?
I believe it's the biggest. The game that Bo beat Woody, they were a 17-point dog back in 69 or whatever the hell it was. But this was a larger point spread in this game than that historic win.
Not only that, they did it in the shoe. Wasn't Bo's win at home? Wasn't the big 300-yard game from Biaka Batuka when they were big underdogs? Wasn't that at Michigan? I mean, they did this in Columbus. Plant the damn flag. Miller and Moulton.
The Swamp Buggy races are this Sunday in Naples. Oh, wow. It's their 76th season. Let's go.
Get your tickets now at swampbuggy.com. It's family fun. A day full of racing at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101. 6 racing classes, men and women, compete at speeds up to 80 miles an hour around the famed Mile of Mud. It's the race with more tradition than Sebring or Daytona.
Get tickets online now at swampbuggy.com or at the box office this Sunday.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I ran it that last break.
I heard it. Great job.
Oh, what do you got there?
I have no idea how much it costs, but it's the midnight snack candy bar. being
Oh,
offered.
boy, that's got to be a $12 candy bar.
I'm thinking at least $8. It's Ritz-Carlton. You're probably right. It's probably 12. I don't even want to know. I just get my credit card bill and go, oh, okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. It was nice of them to build me this beautiful place in Denver for today and tomorrow. That was nice. I mean, it's attached to, Elway's restaurant and the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. It was nice of them on short notice to come out and build this for me. It's really nice. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
It is nice that they made their way to the greatest of all time zones in this nation.
You in the Mountain Time Zone. You've never lived in it, have you?
No, I've only lived in the Central and the Eastern time zones, but I would love to live in the Mountain Time Zone. That is a sports watching paradise right there, David.
Is the only time you ever spent like time in the Mountain Time Zone was when you were broadcasting for the Everblades and they played Boise in the Cup Finals? Because that's Mountain.
No, I was also broadcasting with the Atlanta Knights of the now defunct International Hockey League and spent many a trip in Salt Lake. And we played them I did it for one season, and we played them twice on like a Saturday, Wednesday. And I happened to have a lot of friends after college who went west and called Park City, Utah home. So I had a bunch of buddies that would come to the first game. I would literally leave Salt Lake and go to Park City for 4 days and come back for the Wednesday game. And I remember being there on a Monday night. And this is when Monday Night Football started at 9. And the Monday Night Football game started at 7. And I'm like, this might be the greatest Monday Night Football game that's ever been played. And I still had no problem staying up late then. I was I was in my 20s. So staying up late was not a big deal. But the Monday Night Football game ended. And it was like 10:30. And I'm like, wow, this is spectacular. There's still time to go out and do something on a Monday night.
Yeah, it was, last night the late games are ending. And as the Ravens and Eagles are ending, it's like, oh, well, now we can go to dinner. What time is it? Oh, it's 5:15. Okay. Yeah.
So you went out to dinner. It was about time for dinner.
Yeah.
You live in Florida. That's dinner time. I don't know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Dinner time. 5:15. We're wrapping it up at 5:15 in Florida. What are you kidding? And in fact, the friends that I was with, Deborah made the comment in which she said, wow, we're going to dinner at 5:15. This feels like early bird.
And
I looked at her like, enough. Take it easy there. So Miller and Moulton on this overreaction Monday. Are we firing Ryan Day? Hell, are we doing it before the playoff? Hell, we can have Chip Kelly coach the team during the playoffs. Whatever. Is an Ohio State fan so distraught that literally, will a national championship make you feel better, or is the season already lost?
it would be wild to see Ohio State play for, and I don't know about win, just play for a national title, win a couple of playoff games, and get to the Natty to see, get that old finger in the air and see how the wind's blowing towards Ryan Day if he happens to beat whomever to get to a
Okay.
natty.
Listen, I may be wrong here, but if I came out and said this is going to be the committee's top 12 tomorrow, Oregon, Texas, and I'm going by, not how they're going to be ranked, but how they're going to be seeded. Oregon, Texas, SMU, Boise State. Because Boise right now is ranked ahead of that best team in the Big 12, which most people believe right now will be Arizona State. Notre Dame, I have as the 5. Now,
Yep.
it's probably technically Penn State, because I think Penn State is going to be one spot ahead of Notre Dame tomorrow. But, I mean, Penn State, we have losing to Oregon. It'll drop them a spot. Let's
If
just
Penn
say
State
Notre
beats Oregon would probably be the 5, Notre Dame the
5.
6. But
Right. So
for sake
Notre
of
Dame,
argument-
right. Notre Dame's going to be 5 or 6. Oregon or Penn State will probably be 5 or 6. Maybe Texas. Okay. Georgia at 7. Tennessee 8. Ohio State 9. Wouldn't you put Ohio State behind Tennessee?
Yes.
So that means Ohio State lost a home game with that loss. Because the worst case scenario, if they beat Michigan, they lose the Big Ten title game to Oregon. I mean, the worst case, they're either getting a first round bye or they're getting a home game as the 5 or 6 seed. So I think Ohio State lost a home game. Now, let me ask you this. You going to rank Ohio State ahead of Indiana? Yes, they beat them. Okay, they beat them, but they finished behind them in the conference standings.
I don't care. They beat them.
Okay.
They beat them
All right.
handily. It wasn't.
I know. But Indiana beat Michigan also. Okay. And then for what it's worth, I have Arizona State winning the Big 12. And I put them at the 11, and Alabama is the last team in at 12. But Ohio State, now, here's another thing, by the way. If you're an Ohio State fan, you think they travel? I'm being very serious. See, if you want the coach gone, you don't spend another dime on this team. Not a dime. You don't buy any of the tickets. Nope. No. You got to send a message. Okay. Now, they'll in turn go, well, you're going to have to spend a dime. It's $37 million to get rid of them. But I'm serious, Mark. If I'm an Ohio State booster and I want them gone, I am not going to Knoxville for the first round playoff game.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. They will in droves. It's close. First off, Knoxville's close.
It is.
It's an easy trip. And they're only going to get their allotment of tickets. They'll try to buy up what they can. But they'll travel. After all, it is the Buckeyes. And their fans are everywhere.
I understand. It's a 5-hour drive, by the way. It's 350 miles.
Leisurely drive for you, David.
It is. It is. You know I'd do it.
And they will.
Okay. But the loss, I mean, besides it cost them their pride and their self-respect, it cost them a home playoff game. They absolutely would have hosted a game.
No question.
Never mind been in a position to, get the bye. Hell, they would have been in a position to be the 1 seed.
But I think the Buckeyes will travel regardless of the loss, especially if it's Tennessee. I mean, that's an easy trip.
Okay.
By the way, did you catch? We got a couple minutes left. Angelique Chengelis is going to join us here in about 10 minutes' time on Miller and Moulton. But did you catch Deion's presser?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everybody's trying to figure out who he was talking to. Talking about Florida State.
Well, at the very least. Yeah.
He's talking about Florida State.
Yeah.
Some teams don't show up at a bowl game and look how it affected their next season. He's talking about Florida State. He talked right at you, Florida State.
There were other teams, though, that had a lot of players opt out, what have you. But absolutely, the most high-profile team was Florida State. Yeah, Deion was asked. He said, the person said, I know there's a chance you play for the Big 12 title game, but assuming that you're not, and your next game's going to be a bowl game. And Deion's like, oh, everybody's playing. I love the way he said it, though, not the Florida State part. I loved what he said right before it. He said, no, they made a commitment. Oh, no, they're going to play it out. I mean, Deion made it sound like it was a signed contract. Is how I took it, Mark.
You made a commitment to play the full season
Right.
for Colorado, from when it starts until when it ends. Every single game you play. That's what we're paying you for. It's pay to play. You got paid. Now you're going to play. Very simple.
Yep. And he didn't say the pay to play, but he didn't have to. He said, you made a commitment. And in return, we made a commitment to you. And think about it. He's going to have 2 of the top 5 picks in the draft. I mean, these guys have nothing to gain by playing in whatever the hell game they're going to play in. Miller and Moulton. Angelique Chengelis covers Michigan football for a living. Where did Saturday rank?
This is historic. This Sunday, Swamp Buggy Racing returns for their 76th season in Naples.
Let's go. Tickets are on sale at swampbuggy.com. And wow, they have kids' prices too.
It's family fun and serious racing as this great Southwest Florida tradition lives on at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101 in Naples. 6 classes, swamp buggies, even Jeeps flying around the famed Mile of Mud.
Get more details and tickets now at swampbuggy.com. Tickets available at the box office this Sunday.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish football, you actually think there's no difference between playing in a bowl game and getting hurt and playing in a meaningless bowl game and getting hurt as opposed to playing for a national championship and getting hurt? I beg to differ. I wouldn't blame either of those kids if they opted out of the bowl game.
Going to be the number 1 or 2 pick of the draft. Do you know what you're risking by playing in this bowl game? Ambient. Okay, it's not meaningless,
But in the grand scheme for Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, where does it rank? I mean, Travis may have already won the Heisman. I mean, I think Shedeur is going to be the first quarterback taken. I think Travis is going to be the first or second non-quarterback taken. Tell you what, anybody watch those defensive tackles from Michigan Saturday? Yeah. I'm drafting those suckers. That's some men right there. It's a good candy bar. Man, for $12, but
I was going to say it better be.
Really good. I'm asking for another one. Canada Relief, it's all about leverage. Who do they have? His whole team's falling apart around him. But maybe. But they don't have anybody to replace him with.
She is on. I want the Raiders to get Sanders, Ambient, just for you and Irish football.
Come on. I hope you guys appreciate snark like that. That's really good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, Matt Murschel, who covers college football and UCF for a living for the Orlando Sentinel, he will join us coming up at the top of the hour. But Angelique Chengelis is kind enough to join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. She covers Michigan football for the Detroit News. She's had virtually nothing to write about here in the 2020s. You can follow her on X at Chengelis, Chengelis. Angelique, a belated happy Thanksgiving. Hope your mom is still doing well. How are you?
She's doing well. Thank you. Thanksgiving was good. I didn't have to cook, which makes it even better. And then headed to Columbus for the game.
Well, how'd that turn out?
Yeah, exactly. In your wildest dreams, could you have seen the game turning out the way that it did? Did you have any indication that Michigan defensively was ready for what was a monumental performance?
Well, I was telling some people during the week, and this goes back all these years, the John Cooper era, everything. I would really get a vibe from the Michigan players on Mondays, and I would used to write down a score and put it in an envelope, and then Ohio State would lose, and I did get that feeling last Monday at Michigan's press conference. The players just seemed extremely loose. I mean, this was a 6-5 team with nothing to lose going into Columbus. And, they had talked after losing at Illinois about wrecking other teams' seasons because that's really all they had left at that point. And I think that's a very dangerous combination, especially when you have a defense like that, especially when you have tackles like Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant and the run-stopping ability that they have. So not completely surprised. I thought Ohio State would win, but I just thought it would either be a blowout and I kept saying like a 3-point game and could go either way. And as you saw, it went Michigan's way for a fourth straight year.
Well, you've been around this team, this program, this game for a long time. Is this now up there with Bo in 69?
Absolutely. I mean, it was, I think with the point spread, 3 touchdown underdogs. I mean, 2020, if they had played, it would have been an enormous point spread as well. But that game obviously didn't happen. But yeah, I mean, I think this goes down in Michigan, Ohio State lore as an enormous upset. And does it change the course of the rivalry? I don't know. I mean, like that 69 game did in the 10-year war, but Michigan now has won 4 straight, and after Ohio State had won 8 straight. So it's going to be really interesting to see what direction this goes now. Sherrone Moore will be entering his 2nd season, and Ryan Day got a vote of confidence from his athletic director yesterday, according to the Columbus Dispatch. So I suspect that it will be even more heated coming into Ann Arbor next year.
For Sherrone Moore, how big was this, Angelique?
It was huge. I mean, he's definitely taken some heat this year. I think a lot of it directed at his offensive coordinator, Kirk Campbell, and I think deservedly so. I mean, this has been a fairly anemic offense most of the season. I mean, they started 3 different quarterbacks. They could never really get a rhythm. They finally went back to Davis Warren, and he performed fine on Saturday. He had a couple picks. I mean, it's still, when you look at the stats, you just sort of scratch your head and wonder, how did this happen? But they did, they went back to their basics, which is running the ball with Kalel Mullings. They lost Donovan Edwards after the first half, and then they went back to basics with their defense. And I thought one of the interesting comments after the game was from Josiah Stewart about Wink Martindale, who also had taken a lot of heat, and a guy who'd spent the last 20 years in the NFL, and could he really adapt to the college game? And Josiah said that he made the point that he did, that Wink finally kind of got how to coach a college team again. And I think you saw that on Saturday. I mean, Kenneth Grant said afterwards that they went back to basics and let the players just do what they do best. And that was definitely evident with the way those guys played with Mason and Kenneth and stopping that run.
Angelique Chengelis, the Detroit News, talking Michigan, Ohio State, largely from a Michigan point of view. Angelique, you had a good feeling on Monday being around the team. If I had whispered in your ear, though, before you went to bed Monday night, they're going to throw for 62 yards and they're going to throw 2 interceptions and win.
Yeah. How do you overcome that? I mean, that's it. And I've seen it all season. I mean, they really have had very little luck. And let's not forget, they did not have their leading receiver, Colston Loveland. I mean, he was out for the game and injured in the first half last week against Northwestern. So their biggest target and their most dominant player on offense, besides Kalel Mulling, and an offensive line that had truly struggled all season to find any sort of rhythm, they were never really in sync. And they seemed to play their best game. But yeah, if you had said that to me, there's absolutely no way. But it's a crazy game. I mean, Ohio State's kicker missed 2 field goals, and one guy who's probably not getting enough attention is Michigan's kicker, Dominic Zvada. I mean, 7 of 7 from 50 plus this year, and the last 3 games, 2 56-yarders and a 54-yarder in Columbus. So they had the right ingredients at the right time. But yeah, I mean, very rarely the odds of overcoming that would be very slim.
Well, the other thing, you mentioned Wink Martindale, but his defensive game plan, because he took Ohio State's 2 big receivers out of the game largely. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that was Martindale in the defensive scheme or if that was a little bit of Ohio State's offense. But regardless, when you take the 2 big weapons from Ohio State out of the game, it certainly changes what they are offensively.
It does. And, Ryan Day was asked about it after the game. Why did you keep trying to run the ball when you knew you didn't have any success? And obviously you had those targets. And also, Michigan again was without their All-American cornerback, Will Johnson. So, that was a little bit of a patchwork secondary for Michigan. And I thought Makari Page, he moved to nickel a couple weeks ago because they had another injury back there, and he played a heck of a game. He had a big pass breakup early on third down, and then he had the big hit on Will Howard, and Howard left the game for a couple plays, and I really think that affected Howard for the rest of the game. He did not seem quite the same, and but I think I really would be curious to know what Ryan Day would think going back, looking at it, how he would have played this differently, because I think they got a little stubborn trying to show some toughness, running the ball and being ineffective and not going to what I think their bread and butter is. And it's what you said, taking advantage of their great receivers. And because I don't think it was all Michigan affecting that. I think that they just got a little tight, Ohio State did. And Will Howard was affected by that big hit and wasn't quite able to make those connections like he had all season.
As you pointed out, yes, Michigan's won 4 in a row, but before that, Ohio State had won 8 in a row. Was Michigan's toughness, we forget 5, 6, 7, 10 years ago what life was like. Was Michigan's toughness ever called into question during that 8-game losing streak? Because clearly that's what Ohio State is now being told by its own fan base. Forget everybody else. Its own fan base is saying they're not tough enough. Link back to the 8 losses in a row. Was it toughness, or was it just we're not as good?
Well, I think toughness is a big factor in this rivalry game. Especially on a cold day, like it was freezing, and I thought that you had to run the ball effectively on a day like that too. And I don't think Michigan's toughness was called into question those 8 years. There was, in that midst of that run was the 2016 game, was JT Short game, and Michigan played pretty tough in that game. I think where Michigan got tougher, and they took quite a step in terms of their offensive line in 2021 and 2022. They won the Joe Moore Award and were still good last year. It took a little bit of a step back this year, and I think they got challenged. But I think that's something that carried over from Jim Harbaugh is that's how he coaches teams, and he wants to run up the gut. And he still loves having a fullback in there, and nothing shows toughness like having a fullback like Max Bredesen on Saturday. Another great game. But yeah, it's you read all the Ohio State fan reaction, and it is definitely at this point challenging Ohio State's toughness. I think because Ryan Day made he emphasized that at Big Ten media days, and because that was sort of called into question last year by Lou Holtz when Ohio State went to South Bend. Is this a tough team? Is this a tough team? And he was very much focused on establishing Ohio State as a tough team. And they didn't quite show that on Saturday. So it's definitely something that Ohio State fans are seizing upon right now, and something that I think Michigan definitely has the advantage.
It was a hell of a week. You start with the quarterback, and then you get Ohio State in the same week. I don't know if things could be any better. For a year that was in a lot of turmoil in Ann Arbor, it sure finished the right way.
It did, and you're referring to Bryce Underwood. Getting the quarterback to flip from LSU, and a major donor in Larry Ellison, a billionaire, getting involved because his wife was a Michigan alum. That was enormous news, and I thought, wow, you couldn't have anything more perfectly timed to distract the Michigan fans from how dreadful this season had been, because it happened right before they won the Northwestern game. It became bowl eligible, which, that still sort of blows my mind that you have to talk about bowl eligibility a year after they went undefeated and won a national title. But yeah, it's definitely turned, and the fans are rejoicing still after Saturday. But I still think Sherrone Moore had some big decisions to make, because Kirk Campbell, their offense was really sluggish, just didn't click, looked very disjointed, and I think Sherrone has to look at a couple of the position coaches on that side of the ball, And I think Wink Martindale a few weeks ago, people were thinking, okay, he's got to be out. But I think he coached and kept coached for his job and kept his job going into next season. But I think Sharon's got to look at how he wants this team to look offensively, and that he has tough decisions to make. And I suspect in this next week or so, you've got the portal opening. They've got to be very aggressive in the portal. I think they've got to bring in a experienced quarterback too. I mean, talking to a lot of veteran Michigan players last week after they got Bryce Underwood, they all kind of rolled their eyes and said, he's still a freshman quarterback. You know, it's different throwing against Novi High School versus Ohio State. So they have to be very concentrated, make a concentrated effort in the portal.
Well, I'd go get Miller Moss. They saw him up close.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
He's got 1 year left. He's a leader. I think he'd be perfect.
He would be. I mean, he's, you know, from what I've heard, he's narrowed his options down to a couple schools, and Michigan's one of them, and that he's absolutely the guy that Michigan should target. But you know, they don't listen to me, so we'll see.
By the way, Angelique, final question. So if Underwood turns out to be tremendous, does Ellison get the building named after him, or does the wife get the building named after her? Because she clearly was the, you know, reason that he wrote the check. I mean, she's got to get the credit here, right?
She absolutely has to get the credit. And from what I understand, I mean, she is a diehard fan and was in school during the Brady Hoke era. So I don't think she wants to relive that again. And that this was very important for her to get recruiting in order. And you know, it's the wild, wild west now. I mean, you're shopping around for quarterbacks out of high school and paying $12 million. It's a crazy time, but when you have deep pockets like that, and no one saw that coming either. I mean, he had no connection to Michigan. He went to Illinois, and but this was something that I'm sure that Michigan's NIL and I mean they're going to have what 22 to 25 million now in revenue sharing that they can invest in their big sports, football, men's basketball. Now, when you have someone like that willing to pay a quarterback to come to school, wow! I mean, it's just it's really mind blowing.
Well, as a famous coach once said, "Who's got it better than us?" Angelique Chengelis, Detroit News, covering Michigan. Follow her on X at Chengelis, Chengelis. If we don't talk, have a great Christmas and New Year. Safe travels with the bowl, and hopefully we can talk soon. And all the best to your mom.
Oh, thanks so much. I appreciate it. And happy holidays to you and your listeners, including my brothers.
Excellent.
Good.
Yeah, I'm in Southwest Florida listening. So
fantastic, Angelique.
Awesome.
All the best.
Thank you.
Angelique Chengelis been very good to us over the years. So
someone else that's got relatives in Southwest Florida.
Imagine that.
There's a shocker.
Especially growing up in the Midwest, and
right.
Now they took I-75 south. Wow. Who saw that coming?
Wow. Straight down from Cincinnati. I'll even let her slide on the whole Cincinnati chili thing. You know, I don't even bring
no
anymore.
Nope. She's so good to us. We let her pass on Skyline Chili.
One of the really nice ones. She's always been great to us. Covers Michigan as well as anybody that's done it for a long time. Angelique Chengelis joining Miller and Moulton on the American Paint Supplies hotline. American's Paint Supplies for all your coating needs.
Don't forget, Swamp Buggy Races poll question. Planting the flag. Thumbs up, thumbs down. It's close. It's a close vote today. Last glance, it was 52-48.
In fact, win like you've act like you've been there before is now taking the lead over plant your flag.
Goodness sakes.
The tizzy. We'll talk UCF next. Thanks for listening.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies for nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real. The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Where you got Matt here.
Oh, I got to call the guest. Crap. All set.
Great.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And it's the Diamond District bonus hour. Boy, I'm really losing my voice here quickly. Sorry about that. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Matt Murschel of the Orlando Sentinel is kind enough to join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. Follow Matt on X at OS Matt Murschel, OS at Matt Murschel. Matt, it's David and Mark. Thanks for your time. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing this week?
Doing okay. I apologize for the voice. When Gus was walking off the field, having lost to Utah, disappointing 4-8 season, did you think he was walking off the field for the last time?
Yeah, I kind of did. I mean, it did feel like some sort of finality there. I mean, whether or not it was going to be Gus's decision to leave, as he turned out it would be, or whether or not the school was going to make a move. I mean, I think there was a lot of feeling of angst among the fan base, among boosters and donors, among recruits, among the players. What was going to happen? What's the future of this program? And I know Gus had denied, over the last couple of weeks, denied that he was going to resign. Talked about that. I asked him after Friday's game, were you concerned about your job security? And he said, no, I'm concerned about next year and building this roster. And it turned out, like 12 hours later, that wasn't going to be the case. But I just think things just fell apart quickly this year. And sometimes that happens in a program where, decisions are made, players don't work out, things happen, and all of a sudden it just kind of snowballs. And I think that's what caught up to Gus. And it turned, if it's, it looks like he's going to go and become a coordinator now. We've seen that happen before across the country. And it just goes to show you the importance of play calling for Gus. And he had to give that up this year. And I think that's something that really bothered him.
What ultimately went wrong with Gus's tenure at UCF? Because we thought it was a good hire. We thought it was going to go better than it did. What, in your estimation, looking back upon it now, went wrong?
I think I think early on things were I think Gus was a good hire for this program. I think the transition to the Big 12, I think that was, bringing Gus in, I think was the right move. I think what ultimately caught up with him was the changing landscape of college football. I think the transfer portal, which is a huge aspect of football right now, I think you saw a lot of the things that can go wrong with the transfer portal. And Gus isn't the only coach to go through this. Listen, Mike Norvell at Florida State has gone through this year, where you go out and you bring in a group of transfers and you spend a lot of money in NIL money and you expect those transfers to produce on the field. Well, this isn't the NFL. There isn't a way where these guys automatically step on the field and they're gonna be at their best sometimes. And I think they missed on some guys. I think obviously KJ Jefferson was one of the biggest misses that they had. And, that kind of started the ball rolling. I think Gus then, I think there were issues with this team, in a sense of, its personality. I never really felt this team was very comfortable. That it just seemed like they were kind of running through the motions at times. And then I just think, you saw things midway through the season. They go lose that 5-game losing streak. And all of a sudden, you decide to make a change. You fire Ted Roof, who you just hired to come in and rebuild that defense. You fire him, and then you give up your play calling duties, which I don't think he did. It was his decision. I think the administration told him, "You're going to make these changes, and you're going to do this, or else we're going to make a move right now." So I think he was forced in that situation. And again, when that happens, that's just not a good sign. And I think you just saw things kind of starting to deteriorate after that. And it was just, again, the transition from a Group of 5 conference to a Power 4 conference is a difficult one. And I think UCF is going through those growing pains. I didn't expect them to come out and win 10 games this year, even though some of the fan base wanted that to happen. It's going to take a process, and it doesn't help that teams like, BYU and Arizona State, newcomers who come into this conference, are winning at a level where they're playing in a conference championship.
Matt Murschel covers college football as a whole with a focus on UCF for the Orlando Sentinel. Follow him on X at OS Matt Murschel, OS Matt Murschel. We go back to the Colorado game. That for both programs, that was the seesaw, the tip this year. Colorado, that they've been tremendous since that game. Remember, they were soft. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't stop the run heading into that game. And UCF was going to, be a contender in the Big 12 this year. And and the spotlight on that primetime game. And, well, look where both programs have gone. Do we go back to late September there? And that's really where it began to fall apart.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you think about this. UCF had a bye week. They come back from that thrilling, comeback win over at TCU. Everyone thought, okay, this is it. They've gotten over the hump. They've been able to win on the road in a difficult game. Well, now it turns out TCU wasn't very good, And then you look at that bye week, and then you go into that Colorado game, and they almost seemed to get caught up in all the emotions with the Fox show being on campus and so much attention being paid to this game being a national televised game. And it's the first time I can remember that they kind of got caught up in all that, where it was just kind of a little bit. And then I think you started to see where they really were deficient. The quarterback position was just, KJ just didn't seem to fit what they're trying to do. He never seemed to fit into this offense, and he struggled. And you saw that really in that game where he just wasn't throwing crisp, clean passes. He didn't look good running the ball, didn't have good decision-making in that sense. And then you started to see where, once teams started stacking the box against RJ Harvey, their offense was nothing. They had nothing there. And then, the defense, as much as they were getting pressure on Shedeur Sanders, they never could get to him. You know what I mean? And I think that was kind of the theme that we saw throughout most of the season with that defense is that, yes, they were aggressive, but they were overly aggressive at times. And Colorado, took care of that. And then that kind of snowballed into the Florida game. And then, again, decision-making at times, some bad decision-making. And then, Gus decides to change quarterbacks. And all of a sudden you're bringing in a true freshman, E.J. Colson, who's going to play against Cincinnati, and he gets 2 snaps and there are 2 possessions. And then he's pulled, and then Ja'Cory Brown, the backup, comes in, and he plays, and he gets a couple of games of starts. And then you're moving on to Dylan Risk, who's the 4th-string quarterback. And again, mind you guys, none of these players, to our knowledge, were hurt. So you're making a move at quarterback, just almost like a musical chairs type situation. That just doesn't happen in college football. I mean, and all of a sudden you're wondering what's the deal here? Why can't you identify a quarterback? Why didn't you know this at the beginning of the season? And I think that was the first kind of telltale sign that things were kind of not right on the staff right now.
And yet they played Iowa State tough. They played Arizona State tough. They had so many games that could have been wins once again. So what direction does the program want to go in now? What are the names you're hearing to replace Gus?
Well, I mean, I think obviously the biggest point for this program moving forward is they want to have someone who's going to be able to take this program to the next step. Okay, you're in the Big 12 now. You've gone through the first 2 years. You're only getting half of the revenue those first 2 years. Now you're getting your full share starting this upcoming year. You're seeing a lot of stuff going on campus. They're they're renovating the stadium. They're $90 million project on the Roth Tower to the stadium. They're doing a lot of other projects. They're building a football operations building. So things are going on around this program. So you need to find someone who's ready to take that next step, who's going to come in and really say, okay, we know where we're at. We need to find a way to get up there. And you've heard names like Texas State coach G.J. Kenny, who was Gus's co-offensive coordinator, I think, when he first got here in 2021. He's done a pretty good job at Incarnate Word, and he did a good job at Texas State. His name's come up. He's kind of an up-and-coming young guy, 36 years old. He's just signed a new contract. He just signed a new 7-year extension at Texas State, and I'm hearing that his buyout is around $3 to $3.5 million. So, again, there's going to be some money involved there if you're going to get that. You're hearing other guys, Scott Frost's name has been mentioned in some aspects by some in the fan base. I'm not sure if Scott's really a legitimate target. I mean, you really want to bring back a guy who, yes, he had success, but has been out of football for a while and really kind of flamed out at Nebraska. You hear other guys like Jamie Chadwell, from Liberty. He had a good run with Coastal Carolina and now with Liberty. I've been hearing Jamie's name, though, is probably at the top of the list for the North Carolina job. So, really there hasn't been a definitive, like, they're zeroing in on one guy, and he's what they want to get. So there's been a lot of names. And of course, this time of year, guys, there's so much speculation on social media. And we saw things yesterday. I was at the basketball game, and, tweets are coming out that it's done, and it never happened. I was hearing nothing was happening. So it's a difficult time, and I know fan base wants to get something locked up really quick, especially with early signing day on Wednesday. But I think this is a process that Terry Mahajer, the athletic director, wants to take a little bit of time and make sure he gets the right guy, because this is probably a make or break hire for him. If he doesn't get this right now, I don't think he'll be around afterwards.
Would they hire the South Florida coach? Because we think very highly of him, and we think he's going to get a Power 4 job in the next 2 to 3 years. Now, if I was Golish, I wouldn't leave for UCF because I couldn't burn the bridge that badly. But I mean, if you're UCF, do you think that highly of him?
I mean, he did. He had such a small window at UCF. When he was there under Josh Heupel, he was highly regarded. He is highly regarded now. He did a good job at USF. I'm not sure how the fan base would react to that. I think that would be. I've heard a lot of people say if that happens, because again, there's still that animosity between UCF and USF as rivals, so to speak, and so UCF sees themselves now as the big brother. Then I don't necessarily know if they'd want to hire Golish, even if it would make sense. So I'm not sure. I mean, I'm sure his name's going to be on the list, but I've seen some crazy names on this. Dan Mullen, former Florida coach's name, has been mentioned on the list. John Gruden's name has been thrown out there by some people. Deion Sanders. I think there's going to be some names out there that are going to be attractive options for me. I don't see a Deion situation working out. I mean, I just don't think that's going to happen either. So I think it's going to be it'll be kind of a surprise hire. I mean, Terry's done has hired some guys in the past that have been kind of surprises. You look back at his time at Arkansas State. He brought Brian Harsin in. He brought guys like Blake Anderson in. They had success. And then he brought in Butch Jones before he left. He's going to have to make this hire really count. So I think he wants to make sure it's the right hire. And so I'm sure that's why he's taking a little bit of time.
Matt, appreciate your time and your insight. All the best. Safe travels this holiday season.
All right, you too, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Matt Murschel, who covers college football with a focus on UCF for the Orlando Sentinel. And that's why his X handle is OS Matt Murschel.
It's dangerous when you do that. You lose the job, then you got to change your handle.
Right.
I still have a Gmail account that's like 17 radio stations ago.
So do I. Yeah, but that doesn't surprise you, though.
No, it really doesn't.
No.
Miller and Moulton. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when and what's on tap. That's 25 minutes ahead. Thanks so much for listening. MillerandMoulton.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The poll question is now win and act like you've been there before with 51.5%. Over who, Mark? Alabama?
Mark, I don't think the committee has the guts to put in a second ACC team over Alabama. Hell, I don't even know if the committee will put SMU in over Alabama if they lose to Clemson.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
"21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I apologize. I'm struggling with my voice in the final hour and a half of the show. Matt Murschel of the Orlando Sentinel just joined us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. This is like my favorite college football season since like 2007. That was the year that everybody had 2 losses, except for Ohio State had 1 loss and Hawaii was unbeaten. And literally everyone else in the country had 2 losses. And they had to figure out who the hell are we going to put in the national title game against Ohio State. And they decided, what the hell, we'll put LSU in. And they were literally ranked 7th going into the conference championship games. And this has been my favorite college football season since.
I've loved every part of it. And while I don't like the idea of it going to 14, I don't think that hurts the regular season of college football, if you know what I mean. This year proved that the regular season had so much meaning and so many more teams were in it until the last week. I mean, literally the question proposed to Dion when he answered, my guys are going to play in the bowl game, assuming that you don't make the Big 12 title game. Because at that point, they didn't know that yet.
Right. Because, Iowa State and Kansas State hadn't played yet. BYU, Houston hadn't played. There was still a formula. And it came down to the BYU Houston. If Houston had upset BYU, Colorado would be in the Big 12 title game, not Iowa State. And we're going to have this in future years, unbalanced scheduling, teams having not played one another. We got to figure out tiebreakers. It's the same thing with the playoff committee, Mark. I mean, in a way, I'm glad this year has played out the way it has. These folks need to understand this is how it's going to be most years. Tell me if you agree with this premise. I forget who said it on X over the weekend, but it was a very simple premise. The SEC has been better than everybody else, largely because they've been paying more for players longer than everybody else. Well, now that everybody else can legally pay players, they're not as dominant anymore. I mean, the SEC has had some real non-conference struggles. Some good wins, but some real non-conference struggles.
Thank goodness for the Gamecocks.
Yeah.
On a 3rd and 16, running it in to win the game.
Right.
Or it's another bad loss for the SEC.
I mean, if there's ever going to be a year going forward where you're to give the ACC and the Big 12 multiple bids, honestly, this would be the year that I'd advocate for it. At 12 also. Because at 14, you figure they'll, like the debate we're having now, we think it's 3 teams for 1 spot. We think it's Alabama, Miami, South Carolina, in whatever order you want to put them in for the final spot. Now, if Clemson upsets SMU, and I don't even know from a point spread standpoint if that's an upset, but just by ranking, if Clemson beats SMU in the ACC title game, then you add a 4th team to the mix, SMU, Miami, Alabama, South Carolina, for 1 final spot in the playoff. Well, if we go to 14, almost everybody there gets taken care of. I mean,
Are people going to be complaining if Ole Miss is left out of 14, which is probably what would have happened? No.
No, I don't think they're complaining, but to my earlier point, David, it keeps more teams in it longer. It makes for more excitement during the regular season.
Totally.
There's more to play for in the regular season.
Totally.
More games matter in the regular season. This whole premise that they had that every game matters was a bunch of bunk.
And you said it 15 years ago.
For the record, SMU is a 2.5-point favorite over Clemson.
Okay. But also, who's SMU's only lost to? BYU, who couldn't even make the Big 12 title game. Here's another fact. And it was the Texas Tech head coach. Did you see his post-game rant? And I don't know if rant's an accurate description. How about diatribe? How about I have a point to make? And he said, who's in the Big Ten championship game? He goes, a Pac-12 team and a Big Ten team. He goes, who's in the Big 12 championship game? A Pac-12 team and a Big 12 team. Who's in the ACC championship game? An American Conference program and an ACC program. Okay? And who's in the SEC championship game? And they weren't in it yet. But he said if they win tonight, a Big 12 team and an SEC team. And you know the point he's making. He's like, come on, guys. What's the difference? Just because they changed the conference that they're in, really? They're totally different a year later. Really?
In the eyes of an SEC fan, they're totally different, David. This whole class that was brought in was, and every freshman that they have and every sophomore that they have was brought in largely because of their move to the SEC. That's what the SEC will say.
I understand. And also he pointed out, he goes, by the way, do you know how many conference championship games Texas played in over the last 15 years in the Big 12? 2. He goes, first year in the SEC, they can play for the title, huh? I mean, how do you combat this? The SEC's non-conference record this year, okay? I mean, the teams that they want to get in the playoff at the expense of other conferences' teams. I mean, for goodness sakes, Alabama lost to 5-5 Oklahoma, and they lost to 6-6 Vandy. I mean, Miami lost to 2 teams, Georgia Tech and Syracuse, both on the road, both by 1 score. Alabama got blown out at Oklahoma. Blown out 2 weeks ago. I mean, which case, we joke all the time, which case do you want to present to the jury? If you had 10 minutes before the committee today, before they vote, you want the SEC's case, or you want, hey, if you're ever gonna open up the selection process, this is the year to open it up. Which case do you want?
Well, David, you make a great point, and I think the case could be made for both, but since the committee's largely bought and paid for by the SEC, I'll always take the SEC's case in this.
Fair enough. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? I mean, you know, I understand who I'm arguing.
What network are the games on?
Oh, that would be ESPN.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to start my argument.
Okay.
By the way, and that's a good start.
That's a very good start. By the way, the ESPN has contracts with both the Big 12 and the ACC. In fact, they're the only broadcaster for ACC football. Funded a network for them and everything.
And that's a hell of a network. Quality games on that. But I know your points, and you're right. This is the year to do it. Do they have nuts on the committee
right
to do it?
I mean, couldn't you make the case, folks, if not now, when? Seriously. And what are you going to do? Wait 2 years? Oh, in 2 years you'll consider doing it? When we go to 14? Why not now?
Just for the record, SMU's not going anywhere either. They don't even have ACC money yet in their doing.
They're doing this all on their own. They're not getting a dime from the conference. Not a dime.
For how many years?
I think it's 4.
Yeah.
think they have to do this on their
And
own
they're
for 3
funding
more
this
years.
program themselves
Uh-huh.
and doing quite nicely at it.
And they're perfectly content with it too. They're like, this is great. We just wanted to be invited to the party. It's a hell of a party. I love your hors d'oeuvres. Can we bring our deviled eggs next time? Oh, wait, we're in Texas. How about we bring some barbecue? You guys know barbecue, don't you? Got schools in the Carolinas. Can we try our barbecue? Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts, a pick or two. Hey, we got Monday Night Football coming up.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Are you at least by the stadium at the Ritz-Carlton? Are you it's somewhat
Like
close?
2.5 miles away from the stadium, apparently.
Okay.
By the way, Bud did his projection. He's got Bama in. And Arizona State the 12. Get this, Mark. Are you ready? Boise the 3, Clemson the 4, SMU out. Arizona State the 12. He's got Penn State, Arizona State in a 5-12. Notre Dame, Bama in a 6-11. God. Georgia hosting Indiana in a 7-10. He has Ohio State hosting Tennessee. I'll tell you what, if that happened, Vol Nation would invade Columbus. This would be the
Charlotte, I believe, Johnny Mac. ACC championship games in Charlotte.
Yeah. I think this would be the biggest invasion of the South to the North, since Sherman, if Tennessee ends up playing a playoff game in Columbus.
$51.49. Act like you've been there before.
Oh my God. I am shocked. I thought it would be 2-1. I thought it might be 70-30.
I thought it was maybe a 3-1 vote, David. I really did. And I'm really happy that you got up for a flight because I didn't realize until after I said, I'm like, he's in LA. What am I doing sending this text at 9:30?
Oh yeah. No, I was wide awake. I think I was on the plane when I received it. Hey, to those in the Twitch chat room who, when Mark gave those results before and you said snowflakes, folks, look at where our show airs. Majority of our show is hardcore Trump country. Our audience is conservative. Okay, you guys don't like Seth because he's liberal. I mean, seriously, let's say it what it is. Okay, our audience is far and away conservative and Republican, just because of where our show airs. I go, so your politics, you love the hard-ass candidate, and then you're upset about planting the flag? What do you think Trump would do if he won? I mean, so it shows how different we are with our sports and our politics. But trust me, our audience, not snowflakes. Oh, no. That's not our audience at all.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. 16 until we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. I'd like to thank Angelique, Chengelis, Matt Murschel for joining us on the American Paint Supplies hotline. I'm coming at you from Denver, where it will be crisp, clear, a good late fall night for football tonight, Mark. Temperatures probably in the 30s and rapidly approaching the 20s. All right, during the game tonight. Broncos, a 6-point favorite. When we made our picks on Friday, they were a 5.5-point favorite. So I have Denver minus 5.5 tonight with a winning week on the line. Mark Miller went 4-1. All right, Lee Sterling went 5-0 and got his game of the week right, by the way. Monster week from the two of them. 9-1, okay, and a game of the week right. And you came unbelievably close. You were a 4th down conversion away from going 5-0.
Yeah, I thought at least we were going to overtime in that game. I thought I had a shot of a tied game going to overtime.
Why? When Clemson was in the red zone late and you figure they're at least going to get a field goal?
Right. Yeah.
By the way, that was another game. Our Swamp Buggy Races poll question, swampbuggy.com, by the way, get your tickets. Plant the flag. Yay or nay? And amazingly, to the utter shock and disbelief of Miller and Moulton, to plant the flag guys, by the way, for the record, we are losing right now. Late results coming in are kicking our butt from those outlying counties. Unbelievable. 51-49, we're losing.
It's that
you
time.
guys want to act like you've been there before.
But not quite there yet.
I
Here's
jumped the
Mark
gun. I'm
Miller
sorry.
with Today Was the Day When.
You had a Rome pause there. I hit the button.
I'm sorry.
No.
My voice is struggling. I just had
I
to
know.
regroup.
Well, go ahead. Regroup while I read these little factoids.
Okay.
Where do we start today? 1812, James Madison reelected president. 1823, James Monroe declares the Monroe Doctrine.
Well, what else was he going to declare it?
It's a great point. William Henry Harrison elected the 9th president of the U.S. today in 1840. 1945, President Polk announces to Congress that the United States should aggressively expand to the West.
And the Big Ten agreed.
Later that day, USC and UCLA joined the conference.
Right. And Polk was overseas in Europe like Kevin Warren.
Today in 72, Anthony Davis scores 6 touchdowns for USC against Notre Dame in a 45-23 victory. 2 kickoff returns and runs of 1, 4, 5, and 8 yards in the game.
What year was that?
72.
Because Saturday when we were doing the game, that was the 50th anniversary of when he took the second half kickoff back and prompted the huge comeback for USC against Notre Dame.
I don't know if this is for your mom. If my mom listened, this would be for her. Today in 78, Neil Diamond and Barbra Streisand's You Don't Bring Me Flowers hits number 1. Oh, my God, did she play that song a lot in my house. That was both. That was Neil Diamond and Barbra Streisand. Didn't get much bigger for my mother when she got both ends. That's spaghetti and meatballs right there.
My mother never bought the album. She never bought that song, the single or the album. She never bought it. We had all of Neil Diamond's albums, but I don't think we had that one in the house.
So she wasn't into Babs.
Not enough, I think, to spend money.
Fair enough. Today in 84, Marino breaks the NFL single-season touchdown pass record when he throws for his 37th touchdown in a loss to the Raiders. He would finish the season with 48 touchdown passes.
Think about that. He broke the single-season record at 37. He threw 11 more. That's how revolutionary Marino was in 84.
A year later, the Dolphins hand the Bears their only loss of the season on Monday night, 38-24. Today in 88, ESPN airs its 10,000th edition of SportsCenter, making it the most televised cable program in history. Today in 91, Bobby Bonilla becomes the highest player in Major League Baseball when he agrees to a $29 million 5-year deal with the Mets.
And
it would turn out to be a hell of a lot more than that.
And at his press conference, he said to the media, "Don't worry, you guys will never wipe this smile off my face."
Haven't yet.
I think it took till March for them to wipe the smile off the face. Hey, do you know what I learned over the weekend? Do you know the Mets are not the only one paying Bonilla still? He has deferred money from the Orioles, $500,000 a year for 5 more years. Wow, what a smart guy Bobby Bonilla was.
Well done, Bobby. Well done. It was today in 95 that Mario Tremblay leaves goaltender Patrick Waugh in the game a little too long. Detroit routs the Canadiens 11-1. Waugh demands a trade, goes to the Avalanche, and wins a Stanley Cup that season. Today in 2000, the Gators beat Auburn for the SEC championship 28-6. And in 06, the Gators beat Arkansas 38-28 for the SEC championship.
And it got them in the national championship game. And that game helped change the last era, if you will, of college football. Florida was not getting in that title game. It was going to be Ohio State in either a rematch against Michigan or against USC. USC gets upset by UCLA. Florida beats Arkansas. And I'll say it, Gary Danielson did the matchup graphic, fourth quarter of the SEC championship game. He put Michigan's resume on one side and Florida's on the other. And he said one team's won a conference title and the other team hasn't.
And if you listen to this show that Monday before, he did that same graphic on our show.
Yes, he did.
Gary Cheevers is 84. O.J. McDuffie is 55. Monica Seles 51. Britney Spears is 43. And happy birthday to Aaron Rodgers. He's 41 today. What did I miss, David?
Not much. I mean, Enron filed for bankruptcy today in 01. Remember Enron? And George Washington first arrived on the banks of the Delaware today in 1776. You know, the whole George Washington crossing the Delaware. Okay, yeah, that basically it's going to happen, you know, right about now. 248 years ago.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
This good is for David.
Oh, thank you.
It is. And you'll understand why. Billy Glenn has been playing the same lottery numbers for 9 years and 7 months. They finally hit. And he gets 25 grand a year for life after using the same numbers for nearly 10 years.
Hot damn.
David, the numbers represent anniversaries and jersey numbers from his favorite Major League Baseball players.
Whatever, Billy, whatever you got to do. I am such a big fan of this story because we are on 23 years and counting, playing my late father-in-law's same damn numbers. He was a minister, for goodness sakes. You think he could put in a good word with the big fella? No.
For the bad that could have been probably gruesome, Ismail Vidal was pulled over and arrested for going 93 miles over the speed limit on the Caloosahatchee Bridge in Fort Myers.
Wow.
He was driving a $138 over the bridge. Good to find out he was drunk, had alcohol in the car, and some cocaine in his back pocket.
He didn't hit anyone or anything?
No.
Wow. You ever been in, I mean, you know, I know I've said this before. I was lucky enough I was in a race car with Rusty Wallace, so I've been in a car that's gone that fast. But I mean, have you ever been in a normal vehicle that's going 138 miles an hour?
No, I think I was in a vehicle that did about $120, $125 once.
Yeah, I think I've been about $110. Wow.
For the ugly, we go to Immokalee, where the rock and roll took a bad turn at the Immokalee Fair and sent 2 kids and 1 adult to the hospital. The father of one of the kids said that the rock and roll was going around for the second time when it made a weird noise and then fell off the track onto the platform. 4 people hit the ground. A 10-year-old girl was punctured in the arm. I don't know if I used to go to those fairs as a kid. We all did. You couldn't get me on one of those fair rides now.
Really?
Not one. No.
Why?
Because of that. Whoever, I mean, are these things ever inspected? They just go from spot to spot and set up.
I will say as a kid.
Arnie's running these things.
Yeah, I will say we never paid attention to the carnivals growing up. No, that's true. Yet nothing ever happened.
That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Monday, December the 2nd, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. $10,000 sign-on bonus for new officers. Get all the information at capecops.com.
This is a late edition, and I apologize. I actually had a couple of things to throw in about 5 minutes ago. One that I thought you would really appreciate. The Temptations' final #1 hit was today in '72 with Papa Was a Rolling Stone.
Love that song.
That's why I wanted to get it in.
It's got about a 4-minute intro.
And Goodwill Hunting premiered today, I should say, in '97. 97, it's 27 years old.
Still plays.
Yeah, it does. It does. That's when people really liked Ben Affleck. I digress. I like his taste in ladies anyway. So here's the deal. So this Cleveland with Jameis Winston. They're 2-2 with Jameis. They were 1 in whatever with Deshaun. But they're only averaging about 3.5 more points a game. They went from averaging 15.6 to like 19 and change. So yes, they've got 2 division wins at home, but how much of it is, Jameis is playing so much better than Deshaun? He is, but it's not as good as you think. You just have a couple of those throws in that snow game on Thursday night still in your head. There's a very good Denver defense. The other thing, which I did not know, Mark, in some prep work for Monday Night Football, Stefanski is like Mr. Fourth Down. I don't realize this. I don't watch a lot of Browns football. Apparently, since 2020, they've gone for it on fourth down, the 4th most in the league, right up there with the Lions and the Eagles. So, he's super aggressive and probably has to be to win tonight.
So no reason for him not to be tonight. They've got nothing left to play for other than trying to spoil someone's season.
Denver, with a win, remains 2 games ahead of Indianapolis for the final playoff spot. And actually, they tied themselves with Baltimore, I think, for the 6th seed, although Baltimore beat them head-to-head. But I have to admit, I'm excited to see Bo Nix tonight. Rookie quarterback, want to see what he's got.
And he's been on a upward trajectory now for quite a few weeks.
Yeah.
They won some games early, but not because of him. Now they're winning games because of him.
Right. So I'm excited about it. Weather's supposed to be just clear and cold. That's all. Should not be a factor tonight. And now that Jameis has already gotten, the snow game under his belt, he should be okay tonight, right?
Yeah, I think Denver wins and covers for what it's worth.
I do as well. But, both of us, I think, we're both big Jameis fans. I would love for Jameis to play well. I want Jameis to have a gig next year. I really do. I would love for Jameis to be a starting quarterback in the league.
Yeah, I don't think he's good enough to be one.
Okay. Maybe not.
I do think he's a very solid backup that can win you, the proverbial 2 out of 3 when your guy's down. I don't mind putting Jameis in there.
And he's 2-2 right now, filling in. So, hell, Mark, he might be a starter in Cleveland next year. They might put the $46 million guy on the bench. Hell, the Jets may do it with Aaron Rodgers. Boy, what a soap opera that is.
It's worked out really well. Another solid ownership group.
Boy, the Florida State season or the Jets season, which has been more of a debacle? That could be a Swamp Buggy poll question later in the week.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond
The
District.
Swamp Buggy races are this Sunday in Naples. Oh, wow. It's their 76th season. Let's go.
Get your tickets now at swampbuggy.com. It's family fun. A day full of racing at Florida Sports Park off Exit 101. 6 racing classes, men and women, compete at speeds up to 80 miles an hour around the famed Mile of Mud. It's the race with more tradition than Sebring or Daytona.
Get tickets online now at swampbuggy.com or at the box office this Sunday.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
The world-famous cigar bar started as a neighborhood place in downtown Fort Myers, and now it's a brand, a destination, with 4 locations. The original place, Henry Street, Fort Myers, Gulf Coast Town Center, on Southeast 47th Terrace off the Cape Coral Parkway, and the Lounge on West 1st Street in Fort Myers. A place to go, whether you just need a relaxing drink and a smoke after a tough day at work, or a place to go celebrate. From relaxation to celebration, the world-famous cigar bar.
This is Miller and Moulton.